Ah. Ah. Marmot, thank you for dabbing. Al Pennington, congratulations on your first. Congratulations, Arc Nova, on your first year first. Shadrock, thank you for the 50 bits. Hector, thank you for the 79 months at tier 2. That's almost the big 8. Oh, Bavort, congratulations on your first. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. My name is MisterRadon. We took a day off yesterday. I hope that you enjoyed the day off. I hope you got some cool stuff done that, instead of watching me. But I also hope that you were like, dang, I wanted to watch Radon. Because that validates me. And it gives my life meaning. You merged some changes. Hello to these people who did not... Whoa.
Now children, let me tell you a great tale of Hector the Great. One day, Hector the Great had chocolate, and then he ate the chocolate, and then he forgot he ate the chocolate, but he wanted chocolate. Then he looked for the chocolate and he couldn't find it, because he had eaten it, so he was sad.
That's very Hemingway-ish. It's a fine story, Stubborn Deer. Thank you for the 50 bits. I can relate to that story. I feel that story in my bones. I'm always like, I should buy snacks, so I have snacks on hand. And then the first day of having snacks in my house, I'm like, you know what'd be cool is eating all the snacks instead of a meal. That'd be pretty cool. Never worn chocolate, yeah. Let me say hi to the following people in chat who are here, but who have not done any kind of redemption. Dorky on TV, Cheeseburger Cats, Navjack, Don't Let Pend Cash, Shio, Marmot, Magnus, Glace, Herbu, Liz Star is here. Hi, Liz. Hey, chat, guess what I did during my day off? I didn't relax. But I was a good offline streamer. I did good stuff. I spent 8-9 hours this morning. Green Herring.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Green Herring, for the 100 bits. Hello. I spent like 9 or 10 hours working on book reviews this morning instead of... It should have only taken me like an hour tops. But man, I did not want to do it. But I got some work done, so I'm deadline free for the next couple weeks. And then the day before, I was, yeah, Al Pennington has noticed there's some new emotes. There's the How block, that's available for all Tier 1 subscribers. We have the Sailor Moon flashbang alert for when the screen gets all flashy. Or you can use it for whatever. But I wanted an emote for when there's flashing on the screen. And that's the idea that I came up with. There's also another couple emotes as well that not everybody will have. The How block, I want to point out, that stems from me finding dumbass ways to die in Mario 2, but I figured it'd be useful for a lot of things. Dorky has found the mayor. The mayor is from the SimCity card. As long as you've cheered 10,000 bits in this channel or more, you have access to the mayor. The Higgins has been moved to the 5,000 bit tier. So you have to have cheered 5,000 bits if you want to have Higgins. He's been moved out of tier 1. He's been moved out of tier 1. Furthermore, Lurk the Lurking Golduck is now a follower emote. So you need only follow the channel. You don't need to be subbed, and you can have the Lurking Golduck. And the Suda emote has been moved out of the follower tier and is now in the tier 1 tier. So if you are a tier 1 sub, or if you were following but not subbed, you've lost access. You've traded Suda for Golduck, and the subs can have a Suda face. And that's... oh!
Radon McQuild, all I need.
And the Blueprint, thank you for the 79 months. I'm glad. I actually had an alternate emote of that Jeffrey with like big crying eyes, and I never used it. I actually just deleted it. We have a hype train, by the way. Hype train active. There is one other emote that I did put together. There's a new cheer mote for 100-bit cheers or more. You can have a 32x insertion. It's the only other, so it goes like N64, 32x, and then the other ones are just placeholder N64 cubes. For anyone who doesn't know, you can't have custom animated cheer motes unless you have all the slots filled out. So I just used the N64 cube as a placeholder. It's always going to stay, I think, as the 1-bit placeholder for this channel, but I will, over time, add more to get rid of the later cubes. But, yeah. So that's all I did on, what was that day? Thursday? What's today? Friday? Yeah, today's Friday. So Thursday I spent working on all those emotes. I hope you like them. I hope you enjoy them. I hope you make good use of them.
Here comes the
Green Herring with the 100. There it is.
32x.
There it goes. Look at it getting plugged in. Thank you, Green Herring, for the 132x's. Rachel Retro is here. Hody. Hody. But yeah, so that's all the new emotes. I hope you guys like them. I hope you guys get to use them and do cool shit with them. If you don't worry. I look at my emote analytics every once in a while, and whenever I see something's not working, I make some changes. But yeah, I hope you like them. Sunbro Jade with the 100 bits.
Would you look at that?
Look at it. Look at the 32X just gliding in. You'll love it. I wanted to do something with the 32X logo, but there's like no official animations of it. Like there is the N64 cube. And there's like a couple cool Sega logos on the 32X, but they're way too big for that. Like the Sega logo is basically 4 times wider than it is tall. So I mean, yeah, if you feel solid, right? For me, I have so many open slots that I can like move stuff around to. So like I'm not really getting rid of anything yet because I still have so many fucking what do I still need to fill? It sounds like I'm bragging. I'm not. It's more like I've had these slots for a long ass time and I haven't done anything with them. So I'm trying to get caught up with all that. I was just going to play... So here's the emote slots. I should go over here. Woo! I haven't even gone on camera yet. Here are the emote slots that I still need to fill. I still have... if I use Twitch alerts for anything, I can get 2 more animated emotes. I've got 4 tier 2 standard emotes to fill. 5 tier 2 animated emotes, 4 tier 3 standard emotes, 5 tier 3 animated emotes, 4 bit tier emotes that I still need to do, and 3 cheer emotes that I still need to do. So there's like a lot of, like, I'm gonna move stuff around when it's not working, but yeah, I still am not getting rid of anything. But very few of my emotes are commissioned. Very, very few of them are commissioned or weren't just me fucking around in a photo editor. So I wouldn't mind getting rid of stuff that doesn't work. And even one of the emotes that I did commission, like, hardly ever gets used. So, like, you know, I paid for it. I can do what I want with it. If nobody likes it and I've got a better idea, then it can go live in the bin for a while. But yeah, we're actually all finally filled up on tier 1 stuff. All the animated emotes. As long as if I do Twitch alerts, that's a different story. But yeah, they're all used up now. So it's time to start thinking about the other stuff, like tier 2 emotes and shit like that. And I already know what I want to do for tier 2 emotes, but it's going to be a slightly longer process. That one is commissioned, yeah. Hype train complete. 1 sub, 350 bits. Thank you for the hype train. The scam train. Much appreciated. I think I might try and claim those 2 Twitch alert emote slots just to, like, you know, do something for hype. Have like a hype train alert, basically, and leave everything else on Streamlabs for now. Just to get 2 more slots. Mole. Hello, Elfbutt. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Shadrock. Something like that. Yeah, the ones that have, like, the animated sort of, like... that's the thing that I've noticed, too, right? So, Schubert... Speaking of emotes, talk about a streamer with a strong emote game. It's Schubert, ladies and gentlemen. How's it going, Schubert? How was West of Loathing? Schubert was playing West of Loathing today. Let's get a Schubert shout-pert.
It's fucking dead over here? What? Ah! Ah! Okay, I get it. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, I get it. I'm not supposed to go that far.
I don't even know what game that was. What game was that? Hello, Seabass. Hello, Zargert. Hello, Noodle. Hi, Schubert viewers. My name is MisterRadon. Welcome to the stream. We're doing some talking, and then we're going to do some gaming very shortly here. Subnautica. Okay, cool, cool. So yeah, one thing that I noticed, right, is people prefer, generally speaking, they prefer Radon 2 Fast over the Turboy, right? Because obviously one's doing a funny thing and one's just kind of a cool emote. So what I did is I moved the non-animated one to the follower emotes. So everyone can have, if you follow the channel, you can have that emote, because I like that emote a lot. But if you want the fancy jiggling one, then you gotta be subbed, because there are no follower animated emotes. There aren't, am I afraid of the ocean? I'm not, like, mortified of the ocean, but the ocean is scary. Like, I'm not a very strong swimmer, and I've been, like, out on the ocean where you can't see anything. Like, I wouldn't want to be in the ocean, but, like, being on a boat, I can handle that. It's just a little unnerving. So, yeah. Stuff like that, right? It's a way, but, like, I don't want all the follower tier emotes to just be unanimated things. So having stuff that's kind of a lurk emote, right? The 64, stuff that people will just kind of pepper into chats. It gives some value just for following. But yeah, looking at analytics is useful for me because I'm out of tier 1 slots, and if I want to give tier 1 subs, because there's not a lot of tier 2 or tier 3 subs on this channel, they're very, very hallowed, right? So I want to try and create more value with some cool emotes for those tiers, but most people are tier 1, and I want your guys' emotes to be something you want to use, something that you want to have fun with. And so every so often I look and see what people are using and what they're not, and that kind of tells me, you know, is a need being filled? If I have an idea and I need to get rid of an emote to implement that idea, what do I look at and say, okay, that one's not really doing anything. People aren't really into it, so. Anyways, that's emote chat. I hope you guys like the new ones. I had fun putting them together, even though it takes me so goddamn long. There's like, for every emote that gets put out, there's a rejected pile of like 6 emotes that just don't work. And so it's a very long process. Coming up with the ideas for those emotes, and just the ones that I did over the past couple days, coming up with the ideas and implementing those 4 emotes took me about 8 hours to do, which is... Some people, I think it's a much faster process, but... So, video games. We're playing Shadow Squadron for the 32X. Having a pretty good time with it. Not really... We got pretty close. We got to, like, what? The last ship of the second to last mission. So, I feel like we can beat this game tonight. I have a good feeling we can beat this game tonight. We are still using emulators on account of I didn't spend any time looking for the cables that I need because I was too busy making emotes and then procrastinating making emotes and then doing book reviews and then procrastinating doing book reviews. Thank you, Liz. Yeah, I don't really have should I... See, the problem is when I come up with a good idea, I can't keep my mouth shut about it, right? I will say this. There are going to be some themed emotes that are going to be part of a set. But, yeah, I like my emotes too. But I like a lot of other people's emotes also. There's a lot of great emote-equipped streamers in our community. Some powerful emotes. Alright, let's play some 32X chat. We're playing Shadow Squadron. This game is cool. Let's turn off the jazz. It's very jazzy though. That's kind of a vibe. That was kind of a vibe, not gonna lie. Boop, 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 boop. This game is a lot cooler than I expected, though, to be honest. Like, it's very simple. It's not a very deep experience, but it's pretty fucking cool looking. And, like, it plays well. The controls are pretty sharp. Thank you, Dorky. That's very kind of you to say. It's very kind to have an... Stop putting this in Europe. Stop making this game a Europe game. I want it to be a USA game. Not a Europe game. Yeah, exactly, Arcnova. Exactly. But a lot of times when I'm trying to, like, come up with an emote, right? My first thought process is, like, what's an emotion or a situation that I can convey that my emotes don't already cover? I don't know how everyone else does it. I don't know what your thought process is when you're making emotes, other streamers in chat. But that's always my starting point, is like, what am I missing? What tool am I missing that other people have? And so, yeah, what you said, Liz, like, the first thing I do if I can't think of anything, I'm like, all right, let me look at everyone I'm subbed to. Let me see which of their emotes I like. How can I tweak that and make it into something that is more me while still conveying the same idea? For reference, we're turning sound effects off in this game because the entire game has this, like, droning engine sound that's just unpleasant to listen to. So we don't get to hear the laser effects. The cutscenes are all going to be really quiet. But other than that, it's pretty cool. I also like this. You can customize the colors of of both of your ships and what color the enemy ships are, which is, I think, pretty neat. I love that emote. That's from Rhythm Heaven Fever on the Wii. Rhythm Heaven has a ton of great fucking cool looking characters in it, and I'm constantly always trying to dip my toe back into that well, but I just want to take all the cool looking birds. So I'm like, you know what? I already got a cool looking bird. I gotta give him his space. Oh man. Shout out to the Leafs fans in chat. I can only claim partial Leaf fanery. The Leafs are my second favorite hockey team. Need more bonking emotes. I don't have a bonking emote, that's true. Emote of the luchador guy's shiny, pulsating chest. Wubba-dubba-dub. Is that true? Alright, let's get our timer ready. So that we can keep track of our time. We're apparently exactly at an hour 14 on this game. So we're going to turn on the timer. I'm tempted to try playing as the other ship to see how that goes. But I kind of want to do it with the Feather 2. I like the Feather 2. I think the ship is neat. Manual pilot. Yeah, Flygon. Shout out to Flygon. Flygon just made affiliate, right? Flygon just made affiliate like yesterday? Am I incorrect on that? He did get that. I was hit with the Dagger Joe. That's how I found out that Flygon made affiliate. I got a notification that was like, Dagger Joe gifted you a sub to Flygon. I was like, fuck yeah. That kicks ass. Good for them. Oh, good. I was telling Ern about it, and Ern's like, I hope there's a clip. I'm glad that there is a clip. I agree, Car Lover. I agree. This game is... But you know what? Most games are, because the 32X is cool. There should be more 32X games. This is a plea from me, the streamer, MisterRadon, to all homebrew developers. Please make more cool 32X games. Don't just make like a Sonic hack. Although a Sonic hack for the 32X could be kind of cool. So every mission, we pretty much just have to blow up all the enemy ships. That's all we got to do in this game. That's the goal. That's the objective. Blow up the enemy crafts. But yeah, we got like a free space flying dog fighting game here. It's pretty fun. Oh, I just flew into that guy. Jive, I had the same problem when I bought my 32X, and I'm almost positive it's the same issue. There's a ribbon cable inside that gets very easily disconnected, and it was the only thing keeping my 32X from working for like the first year that I owned it. One year I decided I was just going to take it apart. I think it was the first thing I ever tried to fix video game wise, honestly. And it was a very simple, just plugged it in, and then I was 32X gaming from that point forward. Your 32X is very pink. That's kind of cool. Custom pink 32X. Oh, oh, the screen is pink. Weird. That's too many triangles. You were 7? Dang. I wasn't even 7. Or the 32X wasn't even out when I was 7. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a 7-year-old in a world with the Sega 32X in it. It sounds exhilarating, honestly. It's kind of a shame that the charge attacks and stuff in this game use up your shield energy. Because I'm just incentivized to never do them and just to mash my little laser. '94 when it came out. Late 94, I think like October or November, I want to say. I might be wrong about that, though. Might have been closer to summertime. Did I see the Golden Axe port? No, I didn't. Didn't toe plan. Level 1 complete. You were born in 90? 90s kids remember. You know what's weird? There's like a satellite radio station I started listening to that's like alternative music of the 2000s, and every so like a bunch of songs come on there, and I'm like, no, this is a 90s song, and then I'm like, no, it's not. Just because it was out when I was in high school doesn't mean it's a 90s song. I have to keep reminding myself that I was not in high school for the entirety of the 90s. I do think that they could have made the 32X work if they killed off the Genesis. Like, would that have been a good idea? Probably not, but I think they could have positioned it as like a budget system that was still kind of keeping pace technologically with some of the weaker, like the Super Nintendo and stuff like that. They could have at least fought the Super Nintendo off a little bit for a few years with the 32X. The Neptune would have been perfect, yeah. Neptune would have been a fine, also ran console for the mid-90s. If it had come out earlier, I think it would have also been fine, but it would have been way more expensive. If they released this in like 92 or something, it would have been like 200, 250 bucks or something, and for an add-on console, that's a rough sell. It's hard to talk people into, I would think. Well, you don't kill off the Genesis. Well, so yeah, what you do is you kill off the Genesis hardware to replace it with like a Neptune, right? Something that's an all-in-one that plays both. Or better yet, make like a Turbo Duo type thing that also has a CD drive in it, and be like, yeah, this is everything. Oh my God! Stand by the Wind. Wow.
Radon Too Fast, Radon Moon Logic, Radon Gaming, Radon Suffix.
Policy, thank you for the 26 months. You've unlocked the streamer beverage. I'll be getting that later. Ooh. And we got the false win alert, so I'm going to drop the Steam Key slot machine down 20% off. It'll be 20,000 channel points if you want a free random Steam game tonight. Thank you, Policy. We have guests right now, so I'm going to get the drink later. But yeah, a CDX with a 32X. Yeah. And like the later you do it, the cheaper the parts are going to be, right? But the other thing that you really have to do, what you really have to do if you're going to pull this off, it's less about killing off the hardware, since the 32X is at least initially dependent on it until you can get your all-in-one on the market. But you stop making Genesis games. You move all the game development to the 32X. And that would have done a lot more to keep this system going. Because there was still like 4 years worth of Genesis games after the release of the 32X. And there's no reason that stuff like Vector Man or Lost World Jurassic Park like couldn't have been 32X games if you had kind of nudged the market towards adopting the 32X as the standard. Yeah, it's because it died so quick. But I'm saying the way that you make this work. It's not. I'm not saying they should have done that. Well, I am saying they should have done that, but like they needed to create market conditions where they were basically phasing out Genesis development. If they really wanted this system to work, and they didn't because Sega of Japan didn't give a shit, you just go like, hey, you know, your Sega Genesis is going to be able to play all these older games, but if you want the new stuff, we're putting it all on this slightly more advanced hardware. And then you've got kind of a clear cut and dry case of like, yeah, you could play Super Nintendo, or, you know, we've got all this stuff that's a little fancier, the 3D's a little more robust and faster, and the shortcomings of a system that came out in 1988 are kind of mitigated. Again, I'm not saying it's the smartest idea, but I'm saying that it is feasible that they could have killed the Genesis to give the 32X value. Add-ons haven't had the best luck in America for sure. Although it is interesting to see like the press, like a lot of the media discussion over the TurboGrafx CD is generally positive. A lot of like the stuff in magazines that you read at the time is like, yeah, the Turbo CD is like the reason to own a TurboGrafx. And that's like the one case where it seemed like at least conceptually people were sort of on board with it. The Sega CD, I think, didn't present the same value in the same way because of the types of games that were coming out for it. They were part of the really big like FMV push, whereas the Turbo CD was kind of more like, it's still the same kind of video game, but like prettier and with better sound. And yeah, that's the other thing too, right? Someone else mentioned like, oh, the 32X released on the same day as the PlayStation in Japan. This era in video gaming is like everyone's coming out with a console. Every single company is coming out with a console, and most of them are dying on the vine. There was really not a ton of reason to believe that the PlayStation was going to be the dominant, you know, bulldog in the room that it is now, aside from having like pretty strong third-party support from companies like Namco. But they made a lot of smart decisions, both with their licensing and their hardware, and Sega was too busy punching itself in the stomach, you know? And so they had an opportune sort of, the door was open for them. But at the same time that they were doing that, Atari was on the market, Panasonic was on the market, Bandai and Apple were on the market. Like, everyone had a console back then. NEC was still in the game. So it's not it's not a foregone conclusion that the PlayStation was just there to scoop up the spoils, because there were so many companies trying to do that at that point in time.
Frips and scrims. 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 Frips and scrims.
Trakey, I think you were the 50 frips and scrims.
That's a lot of frips and scrims.
That's a lot. The PCFX wasn't, but the PC Engine CD was still... A, was still very much active at that point, and B, I've seen like the commercials and stuff for the PCFX, and it's not like it was a half-hearted attempt on NEC's part. Like they had faith in that hardware. It's just it didn't end up being like, again, people didn't adopt it. But like what Lance said, people were still heavy on the PC Engine CD in Japan. So of course you'd be like, what's the next NEC system going to be? And it just didn't provide what those people were looking for, and there were better alternatives for what it was doing. So people, yeah, it didn't get the traction that they had. And again, a lot of this information is kind of apocryphal, right? Like, we're all sort of trading the same war stories, but at best what we can provide is our personal experiences. None of us were, I don't think any of us were in the boardrooms or like market analysts for the video game industry in the 90s. But I do like to think that these things are not as... A lot of this discussion that people have is kind of always framed with the knowledge of the modern day. People always are like, oh, well, this thing happened this close to this release of this system, so of course it shook down this way. And it's like, you know, it's like when people say like, oh, if the Dreamcast had just released with a DVD player, but like, why would they have done that? You know, why would that have been a priority for them to do that? I don't know enough about it off the top of my head, Steven80s, to say one way or the other. If it's a homebrew, only if it's got a dedicated sort of like storefront where it can be purchased.
Hey guys, it's Brian. I wasn't in the boardroom, nor was I a market analyst. Was I? Maybe I was.
Maybe.
I don't remember. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, Brian. Thank you, Trachea, for the 51 bits. We have level 1 channel point redeems open. That's horoscopes, haikus, and day planners. Yeah, those internal emails from Sega for sure provide a lot of insight. But again, I think a lot of people frame it like, oh, like they just shit the 32X out as a stopgap. And it's like, yeah, but if you're Sega, you don't release something that you know is doomed to fail. Like, you have to have some faith in it, right? You have to believe that it's going to it's going to do something for your market position, even if it's temporary. Like, I don't think they anticipated it being this huge stumble. They might have seen that coming as things progressed, but hardware is so expensive to put out that you don't just release it to be like, oh, this is going to be, you know, it's always your loss leader. Your hardware is almost always your loss leader. The Virtual Boy was pushed out faster than it needed to come out, but again, I don't think there's a difference between a company going like, we've already sunk all this much cost into it, let's just put it out and not fall behind, versus being like, let's develop something crappy just to keep product on the shelf for a couple years. Like, in the development phase, it's not the intention to make something that's going to be middle or low tier. Yeah, Total Plan. That's the thing. I always remember that quote. I read somewhere that Yokoi said that if he had 1 more year of development, the Virtual Boy would have been full color. Now, I can't imagine how that would have worked, but I believe him. That dude was cracked, you know? So it would be interesting to see. But Nintendo couldn't wait. The Ultra 64 kept getting delayed. And, like, again, 1993, 4, 5, fucking there was a new console, like, every 4 months. And you never knew which ones were going to be hits and which ones were going to flop. You didn't know. So it was a big period of tension for everybody, of being like, Let's disrupt the playing field. All right, Trachea wants a horoscope. Trachea, you got the guardhouse. You got the guardhouse, Trachea. Make sure to put up your walls. If you feel like something is shady, then don't let it in. Be on the defensive today. Masumi, you got a house. You got 473 Queensway Court. Pretty great house. Quadruple money. 3 people required. That's it. No crime, no pollution. Just 3 people. Have a party. Quadruple money. Dorky on TV wants a horoscope. Dorky, you got the apartment building. The apartment building reminds you that once your security deposit is all used up, you can pretty much cause as much damage as you want, and they can't get you for it. So fuck it. Knock a hole in your wall. Policy wants a horoscope. Policy, you got the bridge. The bridge connects 2 things that you maybe thought couldn't be connected. So don't be afraid to mix ketchup with your BLT. Dan Highland wants a horoscope. Dan Highland, you got the gravel supplier. The gravel supplier turns big problems into small conveniences. So make sure to break a difficult obstacle down into more manageable size. Zargert, you got the warehouse. The warehouse. If you're like me looking desperately for a tiny piece of cable, remember that you probably put it in storage somewhere that you thought was very intelligent. And you're wrong, but it's time to start digging through your closets for that thing that you know you have. Annihilation, you got the pool and patio store. Have we seen this card before? I think we have like once. The pool and patio store is getting you ready for warmer temps and some outside fun times. Prep now so that you're ready when the trees start blooming and the sun starts stunning you with harmful UV rays. Marmot wants a horoscope. Marmot, you got the forest. The forest. There's not a lot going on in the forest right now, but that just means a better opportunity for you to relax and meditate and cross-country ski without any kind of interruption from wolves or Dobermans. They're going to leave you alone. They're too busy hibernating, as Dobermans famously do. Jive wants a horoscope. Jive, you got the Rhine Castle. Look to your past to determine the things that give you power and prestige. There's no such thing as a good dog. All dogs can go to hell. That's the movie that I would have made. If it were up to me, that would be my animated film. Ninjavitis. Ninjavitis. Hello, it's Mr. Mayor for Ninjavitis. The supreme power today. There he is. He's got his own emote now, which you can have for the low price of 10,000 bits. Congratulations, Ninjavitis. You are in charge today. And Arc Nova wants a horoscope. Arc Nova, you got the box maker. You got the box maker. You know what's fun for me as someone who's not very good at art is drawing those cubes. Just drawing like transparent cubes. So even if you have no inspiration today, draw some cubes and you'll feel a peace of mind that you didn't know was possible. Fankel wants a horoscope. Fankel wants a horoscope. Shankle, you got the dormitory. You got the dormitory, Fankle. Getting up to crazy hijinks and having your internet severely monitored. Don't do any peer-to-peer file sharing or else the RA is going to yell at you and turn off your bandwidth. Don't invent Facebook. I think the Jaguar follows a very simple sort of principle of, like, it doesn't matter what your hardware is. If all your games are kind of suspect, like, what would you say is the killer app of the Jaguar, right? Like, is it Tempest 2000? Is it Rayman for its time? Like, it's really hard for me to think of a game where I'm like, I gotta get me a Jag. There's good Jaguar games. I'm not saying there's not. You'll never hear me say something like that. But I can't think of a game that I would like shell out for new hardware. Or I'd be like, you know what? I don't want a Super Nintendo. I don't want a PlayStation. I don't want a 3DO. I want a Jaguar specifically. AVP is a big one. Jaguar Doom, yeah. There is certainly a case to be made for people who wanted to play Doom but did not have a computer at that point in time. Like, that's a bigger deal than I think a lot of people give it credit for. But yeah, like, as great as Tempest 2000 is, it's hard to put myself mentally in a place where you would go, like, this game, this, like, very 80s arcade style game is going to be the thing that gets me to spend hundreds of dollars. Not just hundreds of dollars in 90s money. You know? Which, if I'm being fair, circle back to me being like, keep the 32X alive, kill the Genesis. It's the same reason why you don't do that, because that's a very, like, what are you buying a 32X for? Virtua Fighter? Doom? Knuckles Chaotix, maybe? Like, the same argument can easily be made. There isn't really a lot of, like, deep, huge technological leaps forward to be found on this system. I just think it's neat. So I'm going to shoot my own argument in the foot with that same logic. Noman, how's it going? These things shoot so many lasers. Big P is an incredible emulator. Just, we're so fortunate that there's finally just a very well put together, simple, really full-featured Jaguar emulator. How do you know, Bavork? Alright, we're halfway through the game. No. That's rough. When you say shit breaks, do you mean like it doesn't work, or do you mean like things cease to function? Because I would believe either. Okay. Well, that's a relief at least. .3DO is working, that's good. My original 3DO stopped working. I'm sure it could be fixed, but I can't do it. So I just bought a Japanese 3DO to replace it. My 3DO died on stream, it was very sad. I was streaming Wolfenstein as a request for somebody, and my video card started going out. So basically the way it worked is I could play the game for like 10 minutes at a time, and then all the graphics would start corrupting until the game eventually crashed. And so I just had to like keep doing that. I had to like play for 10 minutes, make sure I saved before shit started breaking, let it break, turn it off, wait a minute, turn it back on, play for another 10 minutes. What's up, Swampert? I'm glad to no longer be in the tribal console wars mindset, but it is... Honestly, it's always surprising to me to see that that is still alive and well for certain people. It's really... like, I don't know. I see it these days and I'm like, what's the point? Like, arguing that the Xbox Series or the PS5 is better.
Are you an Xbot or a Sony pony?
Here's the thing. If you're talking about the modern era, if you want me to make a judgment call about this, Bavork, thank you for the 50 bits. I would probably rather have an Xbox Series than a PS5. The PS3 burned me so badly, and the PS4 underwhelmed me so much, aside from the VR stuff, that, like, I don't really like Sony systems anymore. The PS2 is, like, my second favorite system of all time, and the PS1 is probably top 5 for me as well. But I have just been, like, burned by Sony a lot in the last 10 or so years, and, like, I just don't want... I don't really see the value in what they're doing anymore. How did the PS3 burn me? The controllers are constantly breaking dog shit. The interface is bad and only got worse instead of better. Everything takes a goddamn day and a half to install or patch, including syncing your trophies. And I just got fed up of dealing with it. but mostly the controllers. PS3 controllers are the main reason why I can't fucking stand the PS3. The PS4, I'm like more ambivalent about, but it's hilarious to me that every single time I've watched someone stream a PS4 game, the game has at some point crashed and booted them out to the dashboard. Like, without fail. I mean, the PS3 controller for what it is, like, if you have one that's guaranteed to work, it's not really a problem. It's the same as all the other PlayStation controllers in that it's not my favorite for certain types of games, but it works great for other types of games. But it's just, they're so fragile, and I've had like 5 or 6 of them, and they've all broken because the internals are designed extremely poorly. And those of you who know me will know that nothing pisses me off more than something that I expect to work not working. And a controller should be, you know, it should have a shelf life. It's got mechanical parts that are being pushed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times, but PS3 controllers are way too failure prone. Just way, way, way too failure prone. And it's because they cheaped out on the insides. And they're too fucking expensive. Like, even a knockoff third-party PS3 controller is like $30 for like a shitty one. So, like, for something that's gonna be that fickle and fragile, it's very irritating. And I think Sony could still, like, win my business. Like, I'm not gonna buy every video game console I can get my hands on anyways, but it sucks that, like, all the studios that were my favorite making cool games for the PS1 and PS2 have all been folded up or, like, put on really cookie-cutter type projects. Like, you know, that sort of stinks. Yeah, I can't deal with the Duke, but the Type S controller I'm totally fine with. And like the Xbox 360 controller, for all of its faults, and it has them, I'm not going to pretend it doesn't, it's got design faults. I was more willing to like adapt to them and put up with them. Like for years I used to stream with an Xbox 360 controller with the D-pad and play shit like NES Contra with it like the diagonals being a game-breaking problem, but I adapted, I got good at it. So, like, it's possible, even if it's not the best controller. Macaw still uses a 360 pad, yeah. I don't anymore. But I did for years and years and years. And not because, like, it was my preferred controller, but because I didn't have a ton of money, and having a controller that I was already using for something else just natively work on my PC was invaluable to me. I'm kind of flying right into the middle of all this. Yeah, it's pretty cool, Twychow. It's not very deep. It's not very, like, once you've played it for a few minutes, you know how to play the rest of the game pretty much, but it's still pretty fun. I know not everybody agrees with me, but, like, I love the Xbox One controller. I wish... My only complaint about the Xbox One controller is the cord. I hate the USB connection on that thing because it just always pops out. At the slightest, like, nudge, it falls out. And there is no official OEM Xbox One wired controller to my knowledge. So, like, it doesn't meet my needs there. But in terms of, like, the tactile feedback on everything, I like it a lot. And I don't like the newer controllers as much because they replaced, like, the world's greatest D-pad with a weird circle scoop for some reason. And it works. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but damn, man. They perfected the D-pad and then they're like, make it a circle. I like the clickiness. The clickiness is why I like it. I don't know if you use, like, fight sticks and stuff like that, Ahmed, or even mechanical keyboards, but, like, the clickiness, I know what I'm pressing all the time because it's so clicky. Like, I am extremely confident in all of my inputs because everything has, like, a mechanical action to it. I ran into an interesting problem. Speaking of Xbox controllers, I ran into an interesting problem. I finished the new Battletoads game on Steam, and I have feelings about it. But one of the levels is this really cool, like, mini game where you have to do a bunch of sort of, like, micro puzzle solving or, like, micro ability tests or whatever. And one of them is basically impossible for me to do because it's entirely predicated on the Xbox controller having pressure-sensitive triggers. And the controller that I use, and pretty much all the controllers I use for my PC, don't. They're just click on, click off. So the minigame is unplayable unless I switch to keyboard and mouse. Because on the mouse controls, they recognize that it's like, it's a binary switch. So it becomes about holding the button rather than, like, pushing it to the right degree. But there's no way to change that setting to be the same for controllers. It only gives you that option if you're playing keyboard and mouse. So there's an achievement for doing this whole minigame like 7 times without fucking up, without, like, running out of time. And it's basically impossible because I either use the keyboard and mouse, which I'm worse at and prone to make more mistakes, or I use my controller, and if that particular minigame comes up RNG-wise, I can't do it. Like, it's not even possible to do. No worries, Flygon. Good morning. I don't enjoy Battletoads Arcade. I might say it's better than the new Battletoads, but that has more to do with the new Battletoads being extremely confused in its identity. But also, I am of the opinion that Battletoads is not a beat-em-up, and every time they try to make it a beat-em-up, it just comes out kind of uninteresting. See Battletoads Arcade. Oh, stubborn deer.
Silence in space, refreshing realism or annoying science?
I turned the sound effects off in this game because there's a constant game-long engine whine that takes place, and I don't like it. I don't like engine sounds in video games, so I always try to turn them down. But you don't get that option in this game. It's on. It's all sounds on or all sounds off. So all sounds off for me. Thank you for the 50 bits, Stubborn Deer. X-Keeper wants a horoscope. X-Keeper, you got the drugstore. Time to stock up on lozenges. And if you're like me, Gatorade and turkey sticks, like Slim Jim turkey sticks. Those are the bomb. Did anyone call in asking for Battletoads? I think once or twice, but not as like a meme, like as a... The one time that I remember someone, when I worked at the game store, doing meme shit, they weren't calling for Battletoads. Someone came in and was like, do you have Gex? And I was like, yeah, we have a lot of Gexes. Which Gex do you want? And he was like, oh, And I was like, okay, you don't actually want Gex. You just saw some YouTube video and you're just spitting that back at me. Got it. I can understand thinking Battletoads is more fun when it's a beat 'em up because at least it's consistent game design. I understand where that kind of opinion comes from. I'm not very high on beat 'em ups to begin with. It's not one of my favorite genres. And I don't think Battletoads ever really does anything interesting with it, or if they do, it really is only... The flavor only lasts for, like, a level. Which is my problem with Battletoads Arcade. It's basically, like... It's got some cool shit in it, and they, like, up to the violence and up to the craziness of the attacks, but that novelty... It's much like Mortal Kombat clones that just were like, oh, we can do fatalities too and make them crazier. Like, that's not... That's kind of, like, the... What gets you in the door with Mortal Kombat, but... What makes people keep playing Mortal Kombat is that there's kind of a satisfying game behind it as well, and I don't think Battletoads as a beat-em-up ever really achieved that. But I understand if you're like, I don't want to do a bazillion random things every level and have to learn, like, cheap deaths and jump scares and what they want from me every 3 minutes. To me, that's why I like Battletoads. I like that micro-modal kind of, like, constant change. And needing to always be on your toes and always adapting. Shadrock, thank you for the 50 bits.
The drugstore. Perfect to stock up to get the drugs. Before the curb. Drugs in the curb. Curb. Ba 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 ba. 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 Curb. Curb. Drugs in the curb.
Thank you, Shadrock, for the 50 drugs in the curb. Do you have anything else you'd like to say with your 50-bit cheer? Anything at all? Before I cut you off? No? Okay. Oh, 1 sec? Alright, sure, no problem.
Two. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba.
Thank you, Shadrock, for the 50 babars and the drugs in the curb. Love a good curb. And I agree with what Twychow said about beat 'em ups. Like, if it's got good defensive options, if it's got cool movement or anything like that, that helps. That definitely keeps me interested in a game like AVP or Knights of the Round more than just your average beat 'em up experience. But even with that, there's a lot of beat 'em ups that I think are cool, and I'm just like, after 20 minutes, I'm like, I don't want to still be playing this. Like, the concept is fun for me for like 10 minutes, and then I'm kind of bored. Some people are all about it. It's just a matter of personal opinion and preference. I don't think that beat 'em ups are like a dead genre that people shouldn't be making, and I frequently play beat 'em ups throughout the year, every year, you know? I definitely played my share of them last year. I have my favorites. Every once in a while I got a hankering for one. Oh. Okay, I'm about to die. I'd really like to get through this level, though. So I'm gonna have to be, like, super careful. Don't engage in any head-on conflicts. I said don't. I said don't. He's turning at me. Where's the other one? Whoa! Ooh. Ooh. I do think that most people who are, like, super into beat-em-ups, though, are usually correct in saying that, like, there's fun to be had in, like, credit feeding through a beat-em-up with a friend or two and just, like, tearing through waves of dudes. But the real kind of long-term satisfaction comes from learning how to, like, 1cc them and learning, like, deep crowd control and stuff like really optimizing. And I will be the first to admit that I don't have that level of skill in probably any beat 'em up. So that kind of like deeper enjoyment eludes me most of the time. And I could make a similar argument for, like, why I like playing rhythm games for years and years and years without getting sick of them. And other people might be like, no, I don't really, it doesn't do anything for me. So it's... I don't think that the genre is inherently flawed or anything like that. I just don't get deep enjoyment from it. Did you see that clip of Murphigator Bavork playing Arcade Double Dragon and killing Machine Gun Willie on the balcony? I thought that was really entertaining. Alright, we made it to Mission 5 without continuing, so as long as I don't, like, fuck this level up repeatedly, we're in a really good position. But I might also fuck it up repeatedly. It's true, Saber Viper. And this is the most important part, vice versa. Not only are you allowed to like games that other people don't, but the same grace must be extended. Man, the music in this game gets really good in the back half. This song is amazing. See, I feel like light gun games are way more likely to steal money than beat 'em ups are. Because I can name off the top of my head like 3 light gun games that people don't think are 1cc-able right now. And I'm having a hard time thinking of a beat 'em up that people are like, it's not possible to 1cc. Only Fortnite for Buttercup. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, what other game do you need? You can play as Family Guy and as Marvel Guy. It's got all the game genres in one. Final Fight Arcade can be 1cc, and I've seen a lot of people 1cc that game. It's a kart racer, it's a rhythm game. You can go do high school role plays with Iron Man and I don't know, probably like Idina Menzel or something. I don't know who all's in Fortnite anymore. I know that just kind of makes me sound old and crotchety, but I like playing Fortnite actually. Fortnite's kind of fun. Yeah, absolutely, Buttercup. I did not have the health. I didn't feel confident anyways, so burning a continue here isn't the worst. But I need to be careful with this next credit to not just make the same mistakes. What's up, Bobby Dice Roller? I don't remember really playing beat-em-ups in the arcade aside from Turtles and Simpsons. Like, I can't remember a lot of other beat-em-ups that I would have played as a kid in the arcade. X-Men. But I don't really remember playing Capcom beat-em-ups. Only on console. Welcome to die. Do you see someone is doing a Saturn homebrew of that game, Liz? Someone's making an X-Men arcade port for Saturn. Zombie Revenge, the Sega one? I did play that one a little bit, but I think if I remember right, I played that after I played it on the Dreamcast. Like, I played the Dreamcast one, and then I went to the movie theater and saw that they had a Zombie Revenge cabinet, and I was like, oh shit! And played it there. Yeah, Zombie Revenge, I like that game a lot. I'm not good at it, but I like that game a lot. He's gonna shoot at me. He's flying at me. He's gonna shoot at me. Let's target this big guy. This big beefer right here. And, oh, too many bullets. Too many bullets. I think I saw Tower of Doom in an arcade once in the 90s, but it was like, I remember going on this arcade trip once, like at a mall or something, where I didn't have any money for anything, but I went into the arcade just to like look at the games. And I'm pretty sure I remember seeing X-Men vs. Street Fighter for the first time. Or maybe it was Children of the Atom. And just being blown away by it. Just being like, holy shit. I'm pretty sure I saw Mega Man The Power Battle. And was like, wow, an arcade Mega Man. But like didn't really give it any more thought than that, weirdly. And I'm pretty sure I saw a Tower of Doom on that same trip. But didn't get to play any of them. I didn't do a lot of arcade going in the 90s, in the early 90s anyways. I think from like 91 to 96 I maybe went to an arcade to play like probably 5 or fewer times. I started going to arcades more when like Tekken 2, Cruisin' USA, and Killer Instinct were big games. So that would have been like 96, 95, 96. And then I really started going to arcades when DDR was the hotness. And I was just like I wasn't fully there for rhythm. I mean, I was there for rhythm games, but I would usually take a break and like play a credit of random stuff, whether it was Mr. Driller or Soul Calibur 2 or whatever. I dabbled in other games. Yeah, Conquest Mode was huge in our arcade. It was so big. People were, like, serious about which faction they belonged to and everything like that. Silent Scope was a lot of fun. Silent Scope and Time Crisis are probably my two favorite, like, arcade-like series. I wasn't very good at Silent Scope, but I liked it a lot. Ooh, don't be careless. We still got the big ship to take care of. I would also like to play a Golgo 13 cab. Man, that would be sick to see like a scene of like the grid. To see like dedicated to the grid players. We had War Final Assault at the arcade that I worked at, but people rarely ever played it. I've never seen the grid in person. Ah, fuck. These things are sturdy. It's causing me difficulty. That sounds sick, Bobby Dice Roller. I think I would have liked to have worked in Funko Land. I'm sure it would have been not that dissimilar to like a GameStop job, which I certainly have no romantic feelings towards, but... Ah, fuck. I thought I could kill it. Here we go. Here we go. I'm starting to blow credits. Do I like obscure Bimani games? It depends. It depends. I don't really love U-Beat, but I've never played on a cab. I've played... So, something that you have to remember, Electro, is that I have not played on a Bimani cab that I don't own, which is basically just Reflect Beat that fits into this category. After DDR Supernova 1, I've never been to an arcade to play Bimani games that are newer than that. I've never been. So I've never played U-Beat, except for like on emulators. I've never played Nostalgia. I've never played fucking Sound Voltex or any of that stuff. So what I can tell you is that I've learned from experience that I don't really enjoy touchscreen rhythm games as much as I do ones with buttons. But I do own a Reflect Beat, and I do play it, but it's probably my least favorite of the 3 cabs that I own. But it was also the cheapest of the 3 cabs that I own, so it's all good. God damn it. Yeah, Police 911 killed Knees, but that's like my favorite light gun game. Police 911 is at the top of my list. I'd say Police 911 and then Time Crisis and then Silent Scope. Yeah, I played... Someone, was it you? Someone the other day was like, Para Para Paradise is cringe, and I'm like, no, it's just not American. But I did play it in public, yeah. And I don't think it's very fun, but if you wanted to like actually do Para Para routines, it gets the job done. Those charts match the routines 1-to-1. But we had a Para Para cabinet in the arcade that I worked at, and people did not play it. People were not into it. Even the DDR heads were not really into it. You had to explain... Oh, yeah. Yep. That happened a lot. Especially with people trading in, like, modern games. Like, people bringing in PS4 games and we're being like, this is worth $4. And they're like, what? I paid $60 for it. And it's like, yeah, it's Madden 21. I don't think I ever had to, like, be like, your dead son's video game isn't worth anything. There were actually a couple times where someone would bring in, like, a dead relative or a dead friend's video game collection, and I'd be like, so this person had good, like, in terms of value, good taste, and so this is worth a shitload of money. My favorite thing to do, so we would accept sealed games, right? We would accept sealed games, and GameStop doesn't. And pre-COVID, there was a GameStop in the mall with us, and so I remember this one time that someone tried to sell us a sealed PS4 game that wasn't worth shit. Didn't like our offer, went to take it to GameStop. GameStop told them they wouldn't take it sealed, so they opened the game, and GameStop offered them less money than what we offered. So they brought it back to us to sell it for the offer, and I was like, okay, well now it's open, and it's not worth that much anymore. It's worth less. And just ran this guy back and forth through the mall because he wanted more money than he was going to get. Why don't they just sell it online? Most people don't sell stuff online because it takes a long time to get $8. And you have to put in a lot of effort as opposed to just bringing something in. It's a different matter entirely if you're trying to sell a game that's worth like hundreds of dollars, and especially if you know what it's worth and you want to get that full value off of it. But most people don't. Most people just want gas money or like money to buy a new game with. They don't want like return on investment. Not Parappa, Stubborn Deer, Para Para. Although Jammer Lammy does have a cabinet that was considered lost until very recently. This level's too hard. I need to be way more careful than I'm being, and I'm gonna have to start this game over again because of it. Like, I just need to be satisfied to do like that. I just need to be and then pull off. We didn't get water rated stuff, but we did get graded cards traded in a lot, or tried to be traded in a lot. And my policy was always get the fuck out of here with that. Like, oh, this Pokemon card is graded an 8.1. I'm like, that's cool. We're not buying it. I saw a good tweet recently from the Quest 64 official account talking about how, like, if you're not planning on selling your game, then how much it's worth, it doesn't mean anything. And it's kind of unhealthy that so much of our conversations in the retro community are like, oh, that game's worth a shitload. Like, theoretically, it doesn't need to be, but yeah, theoretically it is. But if you're not selling it, I need to be better about that. I need to be better about not just responding first to seeing a rare game with like, oh, do you know how much that's worth? Because I don't sell my games. Like, I'm happy that if I needed to, like, get surgery or something, or, like, you know, something really bad happened and all of a sudden I didn't have, like, rent money. Like, I know that there's value in the things that I've collected and I could turn it around to get out of a pinch, right? But other than that, I have no intention of selling any of this stuff. So, like, what it's worth is completely arbitrary and meaningless to me. Damn it. I thought I shot that. Alright, let's continue.
Here comes a new challenger. You must crush them.
Watter? More like crapper.
Watter.
Haha, got M.
Green Herring, thank you for the 100 political comics. Yeah, I have a bunch of like boxes and manuals that I don't use because they're not super important to me. And what I usually do with them is someone will tell me like, "Oh, this is like my favorite game," and I'll be like, "I have the box. Would you like it?" And that's why that's for me. That's why I hang on to them. I've given people boxes because it's going to something that they like genuinely super like. Shadrock, thank you for the 50 bits.
More like what are these nuts cause I don't know them. Ha got M. What a load of crap.
Wait, you don't know D's nuts, Shadrock? Thank you for the 50 bits. I can help introduce you if you need. It's funny that you bring that up because I do have boxes for Ogre Battle for the Super Nintendo, Ogre Battle for the N64, and the Japanese Ogre Battle 64. But see, now you're asking me about one of my favorite games, and like I'm way more hesitant to give that away. Like if I'm gonna keep a box, it's probably gonna be for something like that. But I've given away boxes for Mega Man 5, 6, X2, Super Punch-Out, Doom on the 32X. One of my old coworkers was like a huge Doom fan, and he was like, "I'm buying the 32X Doom because I love Doom. I'm not gonna like play it. I don't have a 32X, but I'm gonna buy it." And I was like, "Well, let me give you the box and manual for it, and then you have a complete copy." Because well, I wasn't doing anything with it. I don't have anything Magical Chase related, no. No, I don't. And as generous as I like to be, I would probably not want to give away the value of a nice used car. Like, I know we're talking about who gives a shit about value, but like, there is an upper limit of like, you know what? I would suddenly like my bank account to be very stable. Yeah, my brother's a toy collector. My brother's a toy collector, and he's much older than I am. So, like, he taught me to keep boxes. He taught me to keep stuff in good condition, which I'm not as good at. I'm much more reckless with my belongings, and I believe that they're for fun and using rather than keeping them pristine. So I've smashed a lot of boxes on accident in my time because I'm just not as organized a person. I haven't been like, boom, smash the box, but it'll be like, I have these boxes here, and then I'll put something else in the closet, and it'll flatten all the boxes, and I'll be like, oops. I've got a bunch of sun-damaged cart labels that happened in the past few years because my old roommate's cat broke my blinds, and I just didn't bother to do anything about it for so long that a bunch of my cart labels and, like, DS games got sun-faded, and I hate it. I hate that it happened, but I have to just remind myself that it's like, that's okay. Like, I didn't lose out on money because I'm not selling these things, and I hate that I didn't act on it for so long that they're sort of, they look different now, but at the end of the day, what really matters is playing the game to me, so I can make do, I can deal. Happy Big Friday gaming, Ragadom. Trying to do some big gaming here. Trying not to keep game overing. Nothing stays pristine forever, yeah. And if you believe some people in this market, like, bit rot is coming for us all, and it's just around the corner, so, oh well, right? I mean, I don't really believe it, Liz, but man, some people are like all about, that's the only thing they can talk about. My dad is like a doomsday prepper who's like been telling me for 30 years now that the dollar is going to collapse any day now. So like I'm sort of numb to that sort of talk. But I always say, the actual acquisition and like physical possession is part of the fun for me. So it's very exciting for me to get a new game and put it with all the others. So I am kind of unconcerned about the other stuff. Okay, that was really risky. Whew. There we go. One down. Whew. Okay. Now we gotta get rid of this guy. We've still got more than half shield. So let's continue to be careful. The timer in this game is very, very, very slow, right? They're so smart. They're flying towards the battleship. I can't kill them. If I don't get him like the first second that way, it's just inviting me to get shot the fuck up. And now he's turning into me. Oh, these guys are so good. Intelligent enemies. Okay, got him. There's a lot more fighters out here than I thought. All of a sudden I got a lot of dots on radar. I don't see anything. There's one. There's another. Yeah. Fly away from him so I can chase you down. I like the soundtrack. Some of the songs are a little underwhelming, but... Oh, shit! Okay, that's too much. All the more reason to hope that 32X emulation gets better in the next year or so. Now that I know how inaccurate and problematic it actually is, I really want someone to just come in and be like, alright, this is all you need. I fixed it. Yeah, this is the game soundtrack. I turned off the sound effects because the sound effects are very annoying in this game, but... It is good. I wish that you could just turn off the engine sound, because that's the only really annoying sound, but being able to at least turn all of them off to get rid of one bad one is a nice perk to have. That's a lot of bullets. Yee! I don't actually know. I'm sure many people in chat know what the status of using like a flash cart to play 32X stuff is. I imagine that it's more in the FPGA domain because there is actual hardware consideration. Like a stock Genesis... Damn it. Stock Genesis can't just play these games, right? You do need some extra hardware to play 32X stuff. Oh, so as long as you play on an actual 32X, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Oh! Damn it. Nope, nope, nope. Got him. Yes. Okay. Not a lot of shield. I'm kind of nervous, but we got a lot of time, so just be careful. Now, does this thing have any fighters orbiting it, or is it just... Yeah, we got some strays. He turned in. He turned in. Get away. There are a lot of bogeys out here. It's a hard value proposition to say someone should get a 32X. They cost a lot of money these days. There's not a lot of things to play on it. Night Sprites.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. Happy 2024. That said, though, I don't want people saying that 32X is useless, right? I think there's a lot of cool games on the 32X. Or at least interesting ones. But I would be hard-pressed to tell someone, like, yeah, you know, it's a must. You have to blow $200 to play Shadow Squadron. Like, no, you don't. You don't. But if you find yourself with the opportunity to play 32X games, you should. Okay, is that everybody? Is it just... No, I see one more. I see one more. Whoop! Oh, he's even like hiding behind this dude. No, 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 fuck. Alright. Ah, I made the same mistake twice, but he's dead. He's dead. What's up, Fuse? What is your weak point? Oh, my controls got... That's right, I mapped the controls within the game. I didn't mean to be spinning there. I was trying to cut engine power. But I changed the controls within the game, so... Yeah, that's a good interview answer, Dorky. Doing pretty good. Doing some fighting games with War 6. Nice. I think this is the side that has all the guns on it, probably. I don't think this is going to end well for me. I should probably pull these fins off first. These look like the weakest point of the structure. No? This thing is just like an armored juggernaut? I haven't played fighting games with like someone else in so long. It's been a very, very long time since I've played fighting games with somebody. Oh, do you think it's got a weak point? Do you have to like target the exhaust vent or something? Well, it's Sega developed, Twichow. This is a Sega game. Not to say Sega wasn't putting some stuff out on PC, but obviously they were primarily focused on their consoles. Can I, like, get a better angle at this? Yeah, oh, fuck! Yeah, this is the in-game music. I'm really bad at those kinds of interview questions because I just don't really think of myself in those terms. Like, I feel like if you have answers for those types of questions, it's only because you're trying to prepare for a job interview. Which is maybe the point of asking them, but... Name a time in which you had to make a difficult decision that impacted your coworkers. I don't know, I ate the last slice of pizza in the break room, like... What are you hoping to hear exactly? Yeah, this kind of looks like the weak point, and it's where all the guns are situated, so this is a little scary. I don't like it. Bye. Dude, my score is... Look at my score. Oh, I did it. That's why my score is going crazy, because I blew it up. All right, last stage for the first time. Mission 6. Jump out coordinates. Scanning sector. GL cannon. Whoa. Slave units. Enemy fighters. Activity confirmed. Eliminate the target. Good luck. Oh, it's timed! Oh shit, it's timed. Okay. Okay. The stakes just got raised by a lot. X-Wings. TIE fighters don't have shields, they're death traps. That's why they're piloted by clones, because they're just meant to be filled with meat bodies. And you're not getting me in one of those death traps. I only have to kill the core. Are they gonna blow up the sun? Is this thing supposed to, like, destroy the sun? That's fucking crazy. Alright, shit. What's up, Duke? This thing is just pointed at the sun, isn't it? Nope, nope, nope. Hello, you look extremely vulnerable, buddy. I'm gonna focus my fire on the big, blue, shiny bit. Flip it around. We only have a minute left. In about 20 seconds, I'm gonna have to start sacrificing my shield level to... Let's just start now. It's kind of cool, like, the time means you have to just ignore all the enemy fighters, so it, like... Oh, he... that asshole! It ratchets up the intensity that you're just like, I can't deal with all these little guys. They're not important, you know? I have no time. I get one more shot at this, probably. I don't know entirely what I... Oh. Did I not have another credit? I don't remember if I had another continue left or not. Huh. 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 That's rough. Okay. We gotta do it again.
You were close.
I was close. For some reason, that alert has shown up in my, like, dashboard queue, and I have to, like, clear it out. Just that one sound alert. I don't know why. I don't know how that one ended up in my dashboard queue, but there it is.
You were close.
Ooh. Okay, I think I got rid of it. I think I got it out of my queue. That's good. I think I fixed it. I want to play as the Feather 1 to do this cool, like, shield dash thing, but I know it's just going to get me fucking killed. I want to play with Feather 1 after I beat the game with Feather 2. And if you didn't see it last time, this game has a trace option, which lets you watch your playthrough. The last thing... I think it might just be the last thing you did. Yeah. Oh no, this is the whole game. That's kind of nuts, huh? Alright. I probably should go to the bathroom before we do another attempt of this. I should probably go get a beverage, go toilet up, and then return. Let's stop the timer for a sec here. Let's stop the game for a sec here. And I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, get a beverage, and I'll be back. Hello. I'm back. Ugh. Feather 3 would be sick. Yeah, this game has multiple ships. The Feather 1... It feels like it's designed to be the easy ship, because after every stage you get a full refill of your energy meters. And it has a super shield that lets it basically dash through enemies to destroy them. But the Feather 1 cannot shoot enemy bullets to destroy them. So the Feather 2 does not get refills of its... It converts energy meter into shield meter, but it doesn't get energy meter refills. And it's slower, but its guns are more powerful, and they're powerful enough to destroy enemy bullets. Sure. Sounds good, Duke. Flygon, have a good trip to the store. Don't forget cheese for your burgers.
Here comes a new challenge.
Cleve in honor alert from John Matrix.
In honor of Cleve.
Cleve. Thank you, John Matrix, for the 149 bits. Today's gamer beverage is the last Doritos in the box. It's passion fruit. Glug glug. Passion. Thank you, John Matrix, for the bits. Level 2, shoutouts, puzzle boxes, and Pause and Reflects are now available. Tamarind is my least favorite flavor. I do actually have one bottle left because it's tamarind, and I don't like drinking tamarind. Tamarind is not a flavor for me. It reminds me of tea. Tamarind and, like, tea taste the same to me. That's what the Bing search engine looks like, I think, right? You want dibs? All right. You got it, Goat Tongue. No, Kleben's not canceled. He's just everyone's favorite Klebe boy. I don't like tea. I've gotten better about drinking some tea, but like only the super sugary kinds. Like peace teas, I enjoy. But that's a new development in the past like year or two. Like I am not a tea fan. Not into tea. I don't drink coffee at all. Yeah, they're not really tea. They're tea adjacent. They have a hint of tea underneath the 300 grams of sugar. Awukga. But like just drinking tea is... And I've had like sun tea. Like sun tea's okay, but I don't really like the taste of tea. So like yeah, peace tea is as close as I'm kind of willing to get. I'm told that this means that it's adjacent to the cilantro. I guess a lot of people who have like the cilantro gene. There's a similar group that have like super sensitivity to like coffee, tea, and like cauliflower.
You're a sweetie man. You need your sweetiness to match your sweetness per sippage of tea liquid. That's fine. That's reasonable. If you aren't drinking yummy sweetness, then what are you even doing, drinking tamarind? I
do have a very big sweet tooth. Thank you, John Matrix, for the 50 Ornas. So yeah. That's me. That is me. That's who I am. Yummy sweetness. Thank you, John Matrix. Oh, I could go for some pho. Pho sounds good. Alright. Time for our second attempt of the night. Game is kind of long, for me anyways. A refreshing hot Sprite. We do have Sprite, actually. We have Sprite in the house. Ern has some friends over playing Magic the Gathering. And one of them brought Sprite. Key assignment mode. We gotta fix this. Y for left rotation, X for speed down. There we go. There we go. All better. I mean, she likes what she likes. I'm not gonna yuck her yum. I don't want to play Magic, but she has a lot of fun playing it. I can't take that away from her. I would be a bad husband if I did. Oh, she plays Commander. Like, her cards are evergreen. Here we go. No, she doesn't have the Street Fight. She's not super into the Universes Beyond stuff because, like, she likes Magic, right? She doesn't need to be sold on Magic by other stuff. She likes Magic. She might. I mean, she is a mod in here, so I'd probably be careful. The manual even mentions that, Arc Nova. The manual is like, you can turn off the sound effects for the silence of deep space. It's still kind of funny to me, though, picturing like a spacecraft carrier, like runway, like having to taxi to launch in space. I think these targeting reticles stopped showing up after the first couple stages. It's kind of weird. What's up, Nuxie? 32X stream number 3. Is he already shooting at me? He should stop doing that. I would like for you to not. Alright, well, he's not shooting at me anymore. Where is this guy? Get over here. Drinking my space passion fruit beverage. kind of wild to me that Star Citizen would be dropping features when, like, that's the only thing that game has going for it is feature bloat. Oh man, I saw the weirdest video on Twitter today. Kevin Edwards, he's an old software creations guy, and he's been posting a lot of cool stuff from like development in their history on his Twitter account. And one of the things he showed off like today or yesterday was he was talking about like the music and Plock and like Tim and Jeff Fallon and all that. And I've been trying to figure out why they would have this, but he posted a video of a Super Nintendo music demo cartridge that had music from a bunch of their games like Maximum Carnage, Plock, Ken Griffey Baseball. And I guess like someone mentioned in the comments that the instrumentation was different because it was like prototype Plock music. But it's weird, like why would they make that cart? Like I don't know what the purpose of them making that cart would be, and I'm just kind of like fascinated by its existence. I can link it in chat if anybody wants to see it, but it's basically like a combined music test cartridge for 5 different games. Link it? Alright, one second. Let me find it real quick. Dabba-da-dabba-da-dabba-da-dabba-da. Yeah. Here it is. Copy link. Put link in chat. Super NES Music, 1991 to 94 Software Creations. It's got their address. And it has like art for each of the games, it looks like. I don't know if this cartridge has been dumped. It probably hasn't. It could be that, except he says that he's the one who put the cart together and he's not a composer, so like unless he was doing it as a favor, and it has the company's name and not like, it doesn't say like music by Tim and Jeff Fallon or whatever. I don't know, it's just kind of like a mysterious thing. Like, I've been trying to figure out what the purpose of this cartridge would be and I just can't come up with something. Could be for pitches. I would think you'd want more of like a splash reel for that though, with like maybe a couple levels from different games, or I don't know, it's weird to think of, especially in that, like even in today, to be like, hey, you should hire our company because we've got these composers under hire and this is the music they make. It seems like that's certainly an explanation, but it does seem a bit of a stretch to me. Kind of weird how many objects there are in this game that are like one-off, like one-time interactables, like this weird boost gate thing. I wonder if they had bigger plans for these, or if they were just kind of meant to be single stage. For how short the game is, like they could also just be single stage set pieces, like the cruiser that you have to hit the weak spot in, and the big orbital cannon, and then this thing. It's interesting. was gonna say that I like the American version, the American name of this game more than the European and Japanese version, but it actually makes less sense because you have no wingmen in this game. There is no Shadow Squadron, it's just you. Why don't I just ask him? I don't use Twitter that way. It'd be a good question for someone else to ask, but that would put the mystery to bed, I suppose. It would give me the answer I'm looking for, presumably. But sometimes it's just more fun to wonder, I guess. Or I'm lazy. Or both. Whoop, he's firing. Whoop, he's firing too. Oh! I see, Arc Nova, I see. Yeah, I was gonna say, if this mission culminates in a giant cannon that's gonna explode the sun, you'd probably want to bring everybody in on that one. You want all hands on deck for the they're gonna blow up the sun mission. Oh, whoa. He had PTO. That's fair. You gotta respect your employees' work-life balance. At least if this is a future worth fighting for, you do. Oh, that ship is not... I thought that was attached to the asteroid. It was just behind it. It's too many bullets. It's time to go! The bullets definitely get faster from level to level, too. I think, as a streamer, I've started saying I'm gonna take a day off instead of being like, I'm not streaming tomorrow, and that simple verbal change really changes my perspective on not streaming. Instead of being like, oh, like I should be doing it to be more productive, it's just video games, it'll be fun. Like, declaring that I'm taking a day off is just like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna rest, and I'm not gonna stress about it, and I feel better afterwards. I think it's important that you like give yourself permission. I've been self-employed for a very long time, and I've had the ups and downs mentally of everything that comes along the way, and so like, I can be cognizant of the fact that I won't be making money if I don't work, if working is streaming, but at the same time, like, if you're gonna be your own boss, that means that you need to be accountable for your employees' health as well. No, I did 2 reviews this morning and both books sucked. Well, one was kind of interesting, but it was really dry nonfiction, which is not my favorite thing to read. I'm not a big nonfiction guy. But it was a pretty decent book. Hang on a second. I gotta text my wife. You know, that's okay, Why Awake Jake. Oh God, I don't even remember what that book was, but I know what you're talking about. It was like 51 like ways to raise money for your business, to raise capital for your business or something like that. And like a third of them were like, pray to God. God will provide. And it's like, this is not a good business book. I read a really fucked up, like, it wasn't a fucked up kids book, but it was really weird. It was about this woman, it was about the pandemic. And this woman who was like in a rut because she couldn't do all the things that she used to, and like it was messing with her. And her solution was, it's really strange. Her solution is that she started wearing like a safety vest and carrying a clipboard, and then she felt like empowered to like, she felt confidence to do things again. It was super bizarre, but there was this one line in the book that was like really, really weird, because it was like people were like questioning why she was wearing the vest and carrying the clipboard, but it made her feel confident and able to tackle anything, unlike her like unlike her lazy Italian extended family members. And I was like, what the fuck? Just this random like stray bullet towards her Italian relatives. Exactly. It's like one of those words that doesn't even, like, even if that's the case, it doesn't need to be in the sentence. Because there was nothing else in the book about that. It wasn't like, oh, she goes to Italy and, like, stuff happens there. It was just, like, an unnecessary detail that made it both fucked up and funny to me. Whoa! Big rock, big space rock. Oh! I did review it, yeah. If I get a book, I review it. Like, I don't like read the book and then decide whether or not to review it. The way it works is they give you a list of books, and usually each book has like a paragraph explanation of what the book is about, and then like a genre of book. And then you tell them what books you want them to send you, and if they pare that down and divide up the books among all the reviewers. And so, like, let's say they say, hey, 30 books are up for review, and I mail them, and I email them, and I'm like, I'd like these 10. And then they are like, we're sending you these 3. It's kind of how it works. So if I get a book, it's because I've already been assigned to review it. Can you send me a book? I'm not gonna just say yes. Like, there's a lot of books I don't say yes to. If you wanted to send me a gift book, you can, but the odds of me actually reading it are like 10% or less. I just want to warn you. What are my rates for book reviews? It's dictated by the company. I'm on like a contract with them where they give me like annual raises and stuff. So I get like, I think it's like $35 for a book review. If you want an extended review, so a book review is 250 words. I didn't get around. I still have it, Trachea, but I haven't gotten around to reading it yet. So it's $35 for like a 250 word review. It's like $75 for a 500 word review. And if you want it done in 1 week instead of 3 weeks, it's like, I think it's like $60. So those are the rates that I've got right now, basically. Yeah, it sat on my desk for a really long time, and I just never... Because reading is something that I spend a lot of time doing for work, I don't do it hardly ever for pleasure. So, eventually I just put it with a bunch of other books that I need to read, or want to read, but just don't have the gumption to get to. Because it's a very time-consuming process, reading a book. That's the thing. Reading a book takes a while. And I'm pretty fast at it, but still. So many come in and out here that... that's standard. That's pretty standard with the review. The only thing that I really kind of get, because I'm not really, I don't know if I've mentioned this recently, but my job isn't about like objective reviews. I don't work for like a newspaper. I work for a publicity company. So my job isn't to be honest about how good the book is or not. My job is to say some things that authors can use for their press releases and shit like that. The only thing that I'm really allowed to be honest about, there's a part of the form that says whether or not I recommend the book. That's it. The rest of the time is like at least moderately effusive words for the book and like being uplifting towards it. No, I just don't. I just don't say it because that's not what they're paying me to do. And honestly, if that's what my job was, and I still got the same quality of books, I think the job would probably drive me crazy. Yeah, but it's pretty. I've been doing it for so long, and like, I'm pretty good with words anyways, that it's not too hard to be like... So the simple thing to do, right, is to spend more time talking about the content of the book than the quality of the book. What is the book about? How does the author approach the subject? Like, what's their method? What's the page formatting like? Are there pictures? You can spend some time talking, because 250 words is nothing. It would be really hard to say something substantive about a book in 250 words. It's much easier to use 250 words to say nothing. Damn it, that bullet came out of nowhere. It depends on the week. Sometimes I go a month without taking on any book jobs. If I'm in I gotta make money mode, I could probably... and it depends on the length of the book, too. If they'll give me poetry books and children's books, I could probably do, like, 20 to 30 in a week. I could do haiku reviews of the books. Yeah, that'd be easy. Especially if they pay me the same rate. You bet. Be a fucking millionaire. I prefer paper to ebooks, especially when I was turning around and selling the books afterwards. But yeah, they still send me both. It's been a lot more ebooks lately in the past few years, but I got a paper book last week. So, it just depends. Well, if you have any questions, Why Awake Jake, I'll be more than happy to answer them. It would probably make a lot more sense if I tell you that most of these books are self-published or are on vanity presses, as opposed to like already having a publisher and like a literary agent and, you know, making sure that these things are being seen and distributed and contacting media outlets to get press coverage and all that. Most of the books I review are self-published. Have any of them had anime art? I don't think so, but you're asking me to consider like over 1,000 books at this point, probably. Like, there's a lot that are just falling through the cracks for me. No, not even that. Like, so in the publishing industry, you can shop your book to a publisher, and first you really want to shop it to a literary agent. You want to have an agent, and then the agent can work with the publishers. But what a lot of amateurs will do is they'll work with companies like Ex Libris is a big one. When I was really considering being an author, I had contacted Ex Libris because I was 19 and I was like, how do I get a book published? And I like looked it up online, and this company's like, we'll publish your book. So I mailed them, and they sent me a whole packet of like, yeah, this is how you submit your book, and these are the services that we offer. And I was like, wow, these cost a lot of money. And I didn't realize at the time that their business model is to publish people's books if they ask them to be published. They don't have like quality control. They just they serve the need of not asking questions. If someone just wants to have a book, if they want to say they've written a book and can like show it to people, it's a vanity press. It's less about being accepted and more about having a finished product. Have I run into obvious AI generated garbage? I've run into books that would have been more coherent if they were AI generated. But I think I'm still probably a year or two off from actually reviewing stuff that's AI generated, just based on the types of clients and the types of people that use these services. Have I reviewed any video game related books? I don't think so. Maybe one or two, but probably not. What type of books was I interested in writing? Fiction, just like dramatic fiction. I did a sci-fi book for NaNoWriMo one year. It wasn't very good, but I did it. Instead of putting it off like I usually did every other year. I actually wrote it, so that's worth something. Several had a dragon on the cover. Several had a dragon in the title. But I don't review a lot of fantasy books because a few years ago, after like a decade of doing this job, I came to a realization where I get paid the same no matter what the length of the book is, right? So sometimes I would just like, I would request a book, I would get it, and I would just be like, ah, fuck, this thing is like 600 pages. What I've started doing is looking up how many pages a book is before I request it. And if it's over 300, I probably won't take it unless it's one of the more expensive review types. So that filters out a lot of high fantasy. Because not a lot of fantasy authors are very interested in brevity. They're in the Tolkien tradition of storytelling. And yeah, it's just not worth it for me to pore over a giant-ass book.
Here comes a new challenger. You must crush them.
Insert 500-word description of a single tree here.
Yep. Thank you for the 100 tree descriptions, Green Herring. Noman, have a good night. The longest book I ever had to read, though, was like an 1100 book about 20th century Nigerian politics that was kind of fiction, but kind of not. And it was in like Nigerian English, so it was just really, it took a lot of brain power, and it was so goddamn long. Ern will still mention it every time, like, I'm like, oh, I've got this, like, book review, and she'll be like, is it another Nigeria book? And I'm like, no, thank God. Define half fiction. The author couldn't decide if they were telling a story or relating, like, election results and, like, historical happenings, and they would just sort of freely bounce between the two without any sort of defined structure. So sometimes you'd be reading a book, you'd read a chapter and it was about these like persistent characters and what they were up to, and then you get to another chapter and it would be like, in 1961 this guy ran for office and he got elected, but he did these things and he got run out of office. And so it was just like, it was half fiction in the sense that the author did not decide whether or not the book was fiction and just finished writing it anyways. I have done reviews for a couple notable authors, like every once in a while, I'm talking like once every 3 or 4 years, I'll have a book land in my lap that's like, oh hey, like, I've heard of this person, but it's very, very rare. There isn't one. If it's actually written by like an author of note, then it's actually been good. And if it's been a bad book, like, no one's heard of it. Like, when I say that I wouldn't even say that they're well-known books, but they're, like, by authors that someone would actually... So, like, I reviewed a book for the guy that wrote October Sky once. And, like, it's such an uncommon occurrence. When I say it happens every 3 or 4 years, that means that it's happened, like, 3 times. So it's not really worth sort of isolating what the worst one is. If something happens 3 times in 13 years... You don't really want to scrutinize at that point. What's my favorite word to read? Cumulonimbus. It's because if you're a well-known author, if you're established, you don't need to go through a company that's just going to fluff your book. You're going to get newspaper coverage. You're going to get magazine coverage. You're going to get... If you have a literary agent and an actual publisher, you don't need to farm out to a company like the one that I work for. You're going to get more eyes on that content through a mainstream outlet. No, so this was after he did October Sky. This was one of his later books. I didn't review, what is it? It's just called Rocket Boys? Rocket Boys is the book, October Sky is the movie. But this was another book that he'd written. And for whatever reason, it went through us, and I ended up with the book. I don't think so. I don't remember any video game books. And October Sky is an anagram of Rocket Boys. I don't know why they did that. I don't know if there's a meaning behind it, but that's what those two titles have to do with each other. I'd probably charge more. Not because it's you, Buttercup, but like, I'm cool taking a cut on like stream sponsorships versus what companies pay me. I don't want to review more books. I would quit reviewing books, but it's a nice sort of income boost to what I make streaming. And I've been doing it for so long, it's like the one freelance writing job that I've been able to hold down, so it's a little bit of stability for me, but I would love to stop doing it. Oh yeah, oh god yeah, Electro. Absolutely. It's not even like, it hasn't like made me go like, oh shit, this writer's a conspiracy theorist. It's like the book shows up and you're like, yep, okay, here we go. It's not subtle. Most conspiracy theorists aren't. Probably. Yeah. I've read misogynistic books written by women for my job. I remember this one that was just like really stand out because it was this woman writing about like how women needed to be totally subservient in their marriages because the Bible says so, and like she was a hardliner. Like she was saying like basically have no free will, like was her message, and defer to your husband in all matters. And it was such a fucking hard, horrible read. The hardest ones for me, I think, are like interesting science books, because every once in a while, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a big nonfiction reader. I don't really like to read nonfiction. But every once in a while, I'll end up with like a science book in my lap that'll make a point, and I'll be like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Like, that's fascinating. I'd like to tell other people about that. And I always have to remind myself that, like, I don't have the background in the science to be able to differentiate between a total quack and, like, an actual salient good point. Alright, we're back to level 5. This is where it gets hard. But it's also where the music gets really good. Yeah, totally X-Keeper. And, like, it takes an expert to debunk at that point. And there are enough people right now that are, like, anti-expertise. Which is probably a discussion not worth getting into, but, like, it is a symptom that we're experiencing in a lot of spaces right now that is a dangerous cocktail with that AI problem. I've had a couple of those dinosaurs books. I've had a couple God Dinosaur Timeline books. Chill out on that. Perfect excuse to stop flying towards all those bullets. No, I don't think I've had a book. I've had a game like that. I've played Dino D-Day before. One of the books that I reviewed today was kind of about how we end up with those lines of thinking, though. It was about how, like, science these days is primarily focused on... Not primarily, but there's a lot of research and a lot of effort going towards understanding the very, very smallest of particles and the very, very largest of, like, celestial activities, and how those things are so beyond the scope of conditions for human existence that when we try to anthropomorphize them, we fail to understand what they're even about. Because they're, in most cases, like, not at all related to what humans have any kind of instinct towards, or, like, you know, they're not even really relevant to daily survival in most cases. I mean, like, atomic stuff can be if you sort of switch it to, like, medicine-based or disease education, but when you're thinking on very, very small or very, very large scales, there isn't room for, like... Oh, the initial point... Xkeeper, thank you for the 50 bits.
Spending my precious bits to tell you that for a few moments I had two streams open and I wasn't sure if this music was like setup or BRB screen music from the other stream. I just had my headphones on and wasn't near the screen. Beepis. I have no idea what I'm doing. Letters.
Thank you for the 50 bits, Xkeeper. It's just good-ass music. But it was about, like, the initial point was, right, like, that we frame things as, like, oh, the Earth exists for us to grow crops with, and the air is here for us to breathe, and the water is clean so we can drink it. But, like, those things were just here. And then humanity appeared. Like, its purpose is not determined by its usefulness to what people can do with it.
What if all the cosmos were just memes like
It might be. It might be, John Matrix. I don't know the meaning of life. Do you? It might be Urna. Thank you, John Matrix, for the 50 Ornas. Ah, you're wrong, chat. 42 is not the meaning of life. "42 is the answer to the question." Exactly. Oh, that hit me. The question is, how many roads must a man walk down before he can truly be considered a man? And the answer to that question is 42. I believe the mice more than I believe those dolphins, that's for sure. Rig's not a dolphin, he's just dolphin adjacent. I ended up finding that I liked Dirk Gently more than I liked Hitchhiker. I love Hitchhiker's Guide. Like, that's not a slam against Hitchhiker's Guide, because those are like some of my favorite books, but Dirk Gently was way better than I thought it was going to be. If you liked Hitchhikers and you haven't read Dirk Gently yet, I think you definitely should. Yeah, I watched the first episode of the TV show because they were like, it was like free on Amazon or something, and just weird day where I was like, you know what, I want to watch TV, and I watched it, and it was really good. I would have watched all of it. I think I DVR'd it back when I had TV, and I never got around to watching it, maybe. But it was enjoyable. The Elijah Wood one is the one I'm talking about. Welcome back, Flygon. I know that he did a couple computer games. I don't know about like a bunch of specifically interactive fiction. Whoa!
What's Jar Jar Binks? Ooh, Mooey Mooey, I love you. Qui-Gon Jinn.
3 cheers all at the
almost got us
exact same
killed.
time.
Are you brainless? Jar Jar Binks, I spake. Qui-Gon Jinn, the ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Now get out of here. And now, off-brand spam from the Dollar Tree store. One.
Someone make that dog stop barking. There's a Japanese dog barking, and I'd like it to stop. Thank you, Fresh Curse. Stubborn Deer for the 50 bits.
You must crush them.
Zeppieth with 100. Duke Donuts with the 50 times 2. You got regular price no misses being unlocked right now. Thank you for the bits tonight, chat.
E-pop or kaha.
Ugh. That's my soul. That's my soul thinking about Eep Op Orc Ah. It's just making horrified Pink Panther death noises. What's your least favorite cartoon song? It can be a theme song. It can be a song that played during the cartoon. But what cartoon song drives you the craziest? Because mine isn't Eep Op Orc Ah, but it's up there. Mine is the Rocco's Modern Life Recycle song. Killer Tofu, that's a valid answer. David the Gnome intro. I love to sing about the moon and the June and the spring. That's that song. That song, Smubble Bear. The Snorks theme song. Theme song to Dog City. The Gummy Bears theme. Okay, I've got a lot of stray fighters we got to get rid of before we tackle the mothership, which is a scary prospect because... yeah, because that'll happen. I'd rather we were just dealing with the mothership here, but we don't get that luxury. We've got to take out this... oh, maybe this is the Shadow Squadron. No. I do not have the shields to take, like, any hits. I could probably take one. I don't even want to think about taking one. Ooh. Nope, nope, nope. These things are turning around so goddamn fast. What's my favorite cartoon theme that explains the whole plot? Magilla Gorilla. The Captain Planet theme? Yeah, yeah. The Adventure Time theme song? Speed Racer? Hammerman has got magical shoes. The theme song makes that abundantly clear. God, these guys are just like... The second I get behind them, they turn to attack me. It's very intelligent enemy behavior, and I don't like it. Yeah, this song is great. Oh, he was just trying to fly right into me. Yeah, I know where the mothership is. I don't have... The skies are not clear, friend. The mothership has to wait. What do you... Is space the skies? What do you call... What is this field upon which we're waging battle? The stars? Spice! No, 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 no! Fuck! Damn it. The Baby Blues cartoon had a Bare Naked Ladies song for its theme, and you hate both the show and the Bare Naked Ladies. Fresh Curse, thank you for the 50 Shmee quotes.
Quote, Shmi Skywalker, all slaves have a transmitter placed somewhere in their body. Anakin, I've been working on a scanner to try and locate mine.
I'm not sure if these are
Shmi
actual quotes or
Skywalker,
not.
any attempt to escape. Anakin, and they blow you up. Boom. Jar Jar Binks, how would?
Thank you, Fresh Curse, for the 50 Star Wars quotes. These fighters are too good. Ooh, they're so smart. Anytime I get behind them, they either turn around and start shooting me, or they fly straight towards a giant ship that starts shooting me. Like actual valid tactics. I hate it. No, 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 no. Sometimes you gotta rest, especially if you go for a walk in the heat. You gotta give your body time to relax. Have some cold water. Cool down your core temperature. Yep. He's shooting. Once they're shooting, it's not worth... Once they're shooting, you just want to look for a different opportunity to fight back. You know what cartoon I don't like at all, but has like a true all-time banger of a theme song? The Raccoons. Legendary theme song. Do not care for the show. Oh! See, the image I have in my head of the raccoons is they have stupid faucet-shaped noses that look like a sock hanging off, half hanging off someone's foot. But I think only one character had that nose. I might be wrong. But that's all I ever think of when I think of the raccoons and why I don't like that show. Yeah. The thing about the oblongs, right, is that it was kind of supposed to be about, like, classism, but all the jokes were kind of, like, the good guys always lost, right? It was a little too on the nose. It's like, yeah, no, they don't ever really, like, they have each other. I hope they like that, because that's all they're getting. Yeah, Will Ferrell was the dad. Mission Hill is such an interesting show to me, because, like, I didn't dislike it, but it's one of those shows that I felt like they had 10 episodes and just syndicated them into the dirt for years and years. I'm sure I've seen every episode of Mission Hill. I can remember, like, 2 of them. I think those all started as, like, along with home movies, those all started as, like, UPN shows, right? I want to say. Home movies, Dilbert, Oblongs, and then when UPN became the CW, like, a bunch of other networks just either picked up production or syndication of those shows. I did not enjoy Homeboys from Outer Space, but I will take any opportunity I can to reference the Space Hoopty, because it's just iconic. Oh, what the fuck? Secret Diary of Desmond Pfeiffer is a way more interesting idea for, like, Homeboys from Outer Space is hilarious in title, but stuff like Shasta McNasty and the Secret Diaries of Desmond Pfeiffer, way more funny in execution. Not that they were good shows, but conceptually much funnier to discuss beyond the title of Homeboys from Outer Space. I did not like the PJs. No. Was not a fan of the PJs. Yeah, Ed, Ed and Eddie has the best sound effects. Easily. Hands down. I could watch Ed, Ed and Eddie sound effect, like, highlight reels all day long and not get sick of them. I think I might have gotten a spam whisper. Hang on a second. I'll let that rock. I'm not sure yet. I'll let it rock. Yeah. Yeah, 60s TV show premises are pretty interesting, Beatles. Is it me, Buttercup? Are you talking about me? Thoughts on MTV's The Head? Wasn't as good as The Max, but did watch, did enjoy. I know the girl from the future from Emmy's channel as well. The comics were definitely better than the show, in the sense that the show did a very bad job of explaining what was going on. Not that the comics are, like, straightforward, but there were, like, whole plot points that the show did not do a great job of giving the attention that was required. Hi.
Hey. We did it.
Yeah, good job.
Thanks.
I love you too. How's magic?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was fun. I went with Gates with 20 commander damage on me, and then I won before that with Mael, and then Omar won the first game with Sylvala. So my deck's dominating.
Yeah, all the wins go to you.
Yeah. 2.5 at least.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Good.
Sorry for making it a sauna in here
That's okay.
accidentally.
Yeah, I was just like, oh my god, like, this sucks.
I know, well, because it's chilly out there.
And like, I was like, she probably turned the heat on,
Yeah.
but you always tell me to turn the heat off, so I was like, fuck it, I'm just going.
No,
Use her so
glad
much.
you did. Because, of course, like, I was walking to it, and it shut off automatically, because it had gotten 2 degrees above what I set it for, so...
Yeah.
Whatever.
John Matrix, thank you for the 50 bits. Having a kid who loves TV show intros from the 90s, found a playlist of like every cartoon they made and then wants us to find the cartoon. Hi Chibi, thanks for watching tonight. Dancing hot dog. Hey, hell yeah! I love that guy. That's sick. That rules. You got COVID. I'm sorry to hear that. Rest up. Rest and hydration. And good feelings. Here's to a speedy recovery. Here's to Speedy Gonzalez giving you medicine. Fresh Curse with the 50 bits.
Jar Jar Binks, Yoza should follow me now.
Yoza.
Okay day. Jar Jar Binks.
Midwestern
to
Jar
the
Jar
Queen.
Binks.
User thinking user people gonna die. Jar Jar Binks, Mesa called Jar Jar Binks. Mesa your humble servant. Boss Nas, peace. Jar Jar Binks, Yahoo. Qui-Gon Jinn, let's get out of here before more droids show up. Jar Jar Binks, more? More, did you spake? Jar Jar Binks, sees R2-D2 and other R2 units for the first time. Hello, boyos.
I like the idea of like 80s UK Jar Jar Binks. Like Jar Jar Binks on the young ones. I would watch that. Kleben, I mean John Matrix with the Kleben. congratulations on your first. Thank you, John Matrix, for the 50 bits. I kind of miss late 90s movie culture Pepsi ads, where they were just doing way too much with, like, CG and shit. Remember, like, all the crazy, like, pre-movie, like, Pepsi CG short films? Ooh, boneless chicken. He's shooting. Oh, he's still shooting. What the fuck? Jar Jar's Emporium, thank you for the $1.
Our business is called Jars. George Lucas has ruined our life. We were a 131-year-old
Jars
business.
Jars Emporium.
We sold endless assortments of jars inside our stores. Then in the fateful year of 1999, rabid Star Wars fans kept ruining our business. We sell pots now.
Oh, at least you pivoted to pots. That's good. It's good that you found a new vertical that you could make money off of. Here's to your continued success, Jars Emporium. Thank you for the $1 donation. Alright, we're back to where we were with a lot more shields. Let's not be reckless. Let's not be reckless. Just gotta take out these little nerds. So that I can attack the cruiser in peace. It's kind of weird thinking back, like, since I've hardly ever watched movies now. In like the late 90s, I went to the movies so goddamn much. And it's mainly because it was like something I could do with my dad that we didn't drive each other crazy with. So like every other week I'd go to the movies, and sometimes I'd go with friends. I saw a lot of movies between like 1996 and like 1999. And since then, I've probably been to the theaters like less than 25 times. Maybe. Around 25, perhaps. What? God damn it. These guys are good. I don't remember us really clashing on taste very much. I think my dad is kind of a silly guy, so like I wanted to see like teen comedies a lot, and he would just kind of be on board for that. I definitely took my dad to see Good Burger and Mystery Men. No regrets. He took me to see the Matthew Broderick Godzilla on my birthday, which I was on board with because I liked the soundtrack album for that. I didn't really care about the movie, but it had Puff Daddy and the Family, it had Rage Against the Machine, it had The Wallflowers. What's not to like? Am I going to watch the new Good Burger? I don't think I'm going to enjoy it if I do. The curiosity is there, but I don't think I'm going to like it. We're too close. I went to see Final Fantasy Spirits Within with my friends. I saw Final Fantasy Spirits Within and like Resident Evil in back-to-back weeks, and that's around the time that I stopped going to the movies. Like we saw Matrix before that, and I was like, that was sick. And then the next week we went to see Resident Evil, and I was like, that was not sick. And then the next week we went to see Final Fantasy Spirits Within, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay home and play video games. I think it's probably better than I ever gave it credit for, because I went into that movie being like, okay, they have to like do all these Final Fantasy things or else it's not a good movie. Like I was in that sort of headspace at that time in my life. Whereas now I think I could probably separate it a little bit better. But yeah, I barely remember anything either. Oh, yes! Oh, wah, wah, wah. Shit, I almost died! I stopped shooting because I was enjoying the satisfying explosion, and then... yeah, that was a bad idea. Alright, this time we're just going to focus on charge shots on the core. And nothing else. I should check the top of this thing, too, to make sure there isn't, like, some kind of hatch up here. Might be a waste of time, but... I don't know how to get rid of this thing yet, you know? Like, am I supposed to blow these things up? I don't even know what they do. They shoot. With only 3 minutes, there's got to be a reason for these. There's no way, though. There's no time. I've already used 45 seconds. Oh, there's a top hatch, too. Well, shit. You know what? There's a Borderlands movie? I would say Randy Pitchford. I've never been invested in, like, Borderlands is fun, but it's always been interesting to me that there are, like, people who care about, like, the story, you know? Alright, here's what I'm thinking. What's up, Puntaro? What's up, Jiggy? There is a way to engage, like, afterburners and go a lot faster. Oh, and then you die. Puntaro, thank you for the 100 Nors.
Crush them.
No 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 no
Thank you for the 100 bits, Puntaro. When did I start doing the 32x complete works? Last month. Last month, Blowfire. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is start using our, like, super speed engines. And I think we have to blow it. They say the only target... Like, they show all this stuff, right? Here's all the enemies on the field. And they say, activity confirmed, eliminate the target, eliminate the gun. I don't think the slave units would be there because they don't pose a threat if you're shooting the cannon. I think I have to blow up the 8 slave units to take out the cannon because the cannon is flashing blue and these things are flashing red. And that to me indicates that, like, I'm meant to destroy them, right? This is going to be risky, though, because these things shoot back. Okay, 1 charge shot plus a little bit of laser fire does get rid of them, though, so... I'm learning some new mechanics that I wasn't using before, which is also helping. God, this is tense. Go. Afterburners. Okay, let go. Line up the shot, let it go. Shoot a bunch of lasers. Unit destroyed. Next. This is working. This is working. Although this is draining, like, all my shields. Yeah, I can't do any more charge shots. Oh, fuck. I didn't even see that bullet. Trying to decide if you want to go get food. I mean, you've got the energy. And you want to eat something that we don't have here. Yeah, that movie came out, like, right around the same time as the game. And it's kind of just meant to set up, like, the action that the game starts out in. Which N64 games have I already completed? It's like Pokemon Stadium still haunts me. Well, can I do this without the charge shots? How many lasers is it going to take? Okay, it doesn't take a lot of lasers. The big issue is that those shots are so spread apart that it's hard to protect your ship. Oof. Yep. King's Glaive. Okay, that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. You want to get one of these side angles from a distance. And just... It's holding up good. I got good thumb strength. Thank you for asking, though. Come on. There you go. I'm having to mash the shoot button a lot. That's what's happened. 2 more. Minute 05 left. Okay. I might go for the charge shot here just to save a wee bit of time. Okay. I got more time. Oh, shit. Oh, no, there's more of them. What do I do? Do I kill... I think I ignore them and I go for the core. Right? Woo! I'm a lot closer than I want to be. Bam, bam. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Ugh. Okay, I've got more shields than time right now. Let's take a charge shot in. Oh god. Oh god. Well, now I'm out of shields. This could be the last panel, though. Yes! Yes! Yeah! Woohoo! Hell yeah! Jesus! Good thing I have that new emote.
I'm giving myself a 5. Pretty good.
Thank you for the 5, Cleveland. Thank you for dabbing, Magnus. Ooh. Koji Tsuchida. So yeah, this game is neat. This is a neat game. Again, I'd say it's got less going on than Zaxxon does, because Zaxxon has like the scoring system with like hacking enemies and taking their powers. You could play that game for score. You could play that game with like different weapon types, and it would probably be a lot more interesting. But like, this game runs great. It's got a really good 3D look to it. It's got the 2 different playable ships. We're gonna play a little bit with the other ship as a treat. But that was pretty fun. That was a pretty kick-ass game. I liked it. Again, mind-blowing, a must-own. I wouldn't buy a 32X for this game, but I would take like a Frosty. Remember, I had chicken and potatoes while you were playing Magic, so I'm not like super hungry. Music was really good. Music was pretty good. Yeah, that was it. Defaults to hard, and that was hard mode. Yeah, space dogfighting. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. I've never played this before. I didn't really know anything about it, but I'm happy with this. This is a game that I enjoyed playing. It had just enough difficulty to like not be a pushover. Like I had to restart like 2 or 3 times over the course of playing this. So like there was enough resistance to keep me engaged. Yeah. It's got a 2-player mode too, which I think is it's got to be alternating, right? There's no way. It's either pilot and gunner or it's alternating, because I can't see this game being split screen 3D, but if it is, that's kind of sick. Fresh Curse, thank you for the 50 bits.
Obi-Wan, why were you banished, Jar Jar? Jar Jar Binks, it's a longo tailio boot, a small part of it would be Mesa. Clumsy. Jar Jar Binks, how would? Jar Jar Binks, no again. No again. The beans hereabouts are crazy. We shall be robbed and crunched. Qui-Gon Jinn, not likely, we have nothing of value. That's our problem, Jar Jar Binks, where was it going? Qui-Gon Jinn, don't worry. The Force will guide us. Jar Jar Binks, oh, Maxi Big Difference.
I've been getting those too, Flygon.
Well, that smells stinking.
I would probably just... So, interestingly enough, thank you, Fresh Chris, for the 50 bits. I've been getting stuff like that, and the last one I reported, and like, I know from experience that if you report someone and Twitch just like, they act on it, they'll send you an email and be like, hey, we banned that person. They didn't ban the last time I reported that. Oh, 3D, Sega. But I got one of those earlier tonight, too. It just says, like, oi. Probably worth just blocking. Total score, total time. One player. Oh, 64 minutes. I'm slow. I'm slow. Yeah, that happened to me too, Rachel. That's the one that I reported, and they didn't ban it. But yeah. Best not to engage if you're not sure who the person is. And like, here's the thing. If it is someone that's trying to reach out and get in touch with you, they're going to not stop at hi. They're going to have something else to say. So probably good to just block and report if you want, but at least block. All right, let's stop the timer. We're going to do a little bit of extracurricular and play as the Feather 1 for a little bit, because the Feather 1 has a really cool ability that I want to use, but... yeah, if you want, Cleveland. My ban list is very strange, but I would share info.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Rachel? Thank you for the 100 bits. We have level 4 channel point redemptions now. Everything but the universal no miss is open and available. Hell yeah. Let's log this on the spreadsheet first before we do anything else. Game number 3, Shadow Squadron, the longest game of the 32X challenge so far at 4 hours, 14:52. There will be much longer games, I assure you, but I'm satisfied. I'm good. Gonna miss this game's music. The good news is there are other 32X games with great music, but this game has great music. We got to give this game a smooch. Here it is. Shadow Squadron. You might blow fire. You very well might. I would be careful with that. Dempsey wants a puzzle box. Is there a 32X Sonic game? There's a 32X Knuckles game. What do I predict is the Pokemon Stadium of the 32X? I think one of the 2 wrestling games or one of the 2 baseball games are probably going to be what give me the most headache. Although something like Star Trek Bridge Simulator might be a dark horse. Because I don't really know anything about that game either. Alright, well, before we get to ship number 1, we need to enter the brain zone. It's brain zone for chat. Chat, you've been placed in the puzzle box. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you've been placed in the puzzle box. We need some brain music. That's a cannabis ad. I think that's the opposite of brain music. No, that's too intense. That's way too intense. Here we go. What kind of puzzle will chat face today? Chat, today your puzzle type is... series. This is the one where you get a bunch of data points and you have to try and figure out what the next 3 in the series are. Yeah, it's a big Frosty. Yeah, Choco. Thank you, babe. Alright. So as you can see, here's an example. Here's the first puzzle in series. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. They're just doubling, so you'd go 256, 5, 12, 10, 24, Puzzle solved. You move on a little bit farther. This is all the letters of the alphabet, skipping the vowels. This one is lyrics to the Star Spangled Banner. This one, I don't remember, something about cities that start... Was the M thing a red herring? I don't remember. Anyways, you can see there's just a progression of data points. We are on puzzle 19 of 20 for series. Oh, is it Olympic Cities? That's what it was. The M's were a red herring. So here is your series, chat. Welcome to the puzzle box. I'll give you a few minutes to solve this. If you solve it quickly, we'll do another puzzle. Oh yeah, this one. Oh yeah, this one's come up before. We've already had this one, and chat could not figure it out. Now, has chat solved it in the Discord? Is it LFG? No, it's not LFG. So if you know the answer, put it in chat. We'll try it out. D-E-N. Yes! It is D-E-N. Congratulations. Alright, let's see the final puzzle of series. Here we go. Roman numerals bit shifted by 1. So I is before J, V is before W, X is before Y, L for 50 is before M, C for 100 is before D, D for 500 is before E, and M for 1000 is before N. Here is your final puzzle of series. You'll have completely wiped out this game if you get this one correct. Here you go. Here you go, chat. Plum, dared, vapid, oiled. What are the next 3 data points? Oiled Smurf. Greco-Roman Smurf. They do all have 5 letters. That much is true. Feel free to discuss it with your fellow chat members, float some ideas back and forth. I'm going to give you about 7 more minutes to work on this. Maximum. Maybe 8 if you're nice. I'm just going to sit here and relax without the cam on. Lump Deer Avid. No, it's not. Plumb is a real word. Like, you plumb the depths. That's the most common phrase that I hear that word in. You can plumb a house. Plumbing. Well, isn't plumbing more related to plumbum being the Latin for lead? Yeah. Does this word derive from that as well? I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you work on this chat. I'll be back in a minute. How's it going? Yeah, but then if people do that, Doc, then they're gonna play ahead, and it's not gonna be fun for chat. This only persists because people have been honorable. Also, how's it going, Doc? Good colonization stream today. I'm gonna give you about another minute, 2 minutes. Double cheeseburger? No. Oh my god, Marcus. Yeah, it supports the 32X mouse. Place those words. No, sorry, try again. Alright, if anybody thinks they're close, let me know. I'll give you another minute or so. Otherwise, it's time to close the box. The theme is that these things have a logical progression to them, and you have to figure out the next 3 things in the series sales. So if this said 1, 2, 3, 4, you'd put 5, 6, 7. If it said A, B, C, D, you'd put E, F, G. Alright, it is time to close the box. You'll have time to ruminate on this until the next time. Thank you, Dempsey, for the puzzle box. You got through another puzzle. You got through Series 19. And that brings your Smart Games score collectively up to 915,005 points. Congratulations. But the box is closing. It's now safe to close the box. There is a Discord sub-channel for these puzzles if you'd like to continue working on them for next time. It's the wrong scene. All right. It's the freaking weekend. So we're going to play a little more Shadow Squadron off the clock just to see what the other ship feels like. We're going to dabble with ship number 1. Wow, I tabbed over to this video playlist and I saw something I did not expect to see. That was a shocker. I had this tab closed, the picture on the thing changed, and I was greeted with Isabelle from Animal Crossing, but with Bayonetta's legs. Very good. Okay. Oh, I want to see what 2-player play looks like too, even though I don't have a second controller hooked up. Is it split? Oh, it might be split screen. They didn't give me a choice of ships. If this is split screen, I'd be interested to see how well it runs, because that'd be kind of sick. Nope, it's not. It's not split screen. Let me real quick map the keyboard. I think so, Jiggy, yeah. Ooh. It's interesting they didn't give me a choice of ship, though, because, like... Because the 2 ships are different. Boop, 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 boo. Okay, so I'm flying. Yeah, player 2 is the gunner. That sounds complicated. It sounds like it would be... There'd be a lot of yelling at each other playing that way. Yeah, the soundtrack to this game is very good. Let's turn the sound effects back off. Let's remap the controls. Oh yeah, there it is. 2-player shot. 1 button for shooting, and then if you want the Y-axis inverted or not. Thank you very much. I sure do, Fresh Curse. There's an entire... actually, I don't think we have a DOS prompt right now. I think it's just you have to pay for the universal one, or you have to pay for the... You have to pay for the universal one either in bits or in channel points. So we're 500 bits away from the universal no miss being unlocked, but there is... Did I say 500 channel points? 500 bits away. There is the He Don't Miss All, which is... How much is that? It's a lot. It's a spendy boy. 100,000 DJ points, and you can pick any platform you want. So either you have to have 2,500 bits cheered in a stream, or you can drop 100k at level 3, and I will accept it. We're currently on level 4. Okay. Ship 1. Let's test it out. Feather 1. Wait, that's a different... Oh, shit, it has a different launch sequence. Has a different HUD? Yeah. Yeah, I probably will at some point, Arc Nova. Damn, this game kind of goes a little ham, doesn't it? Oh, it's got a slingshot ramp. Hell yes. That rules. That fucking kicks ass. Yeah. Dual lasers. It's got homing shots. Oh, it's got auto fire. You can just hold the fire button down. Interesting. But if I... Okay, you cannot shoot the blue triangles. You just have to dodge them. Now, what I want to try... What I really want to try... Oh, hey. You know what button I never pushed during this game? The mode button, baby. Alright, I want to see what this thing can really do, though. This is kind of hard to, like, for the small ships, it's not ideal. They could have just put a crosshair in the middle anyways, for, like, players' sake. Alright, I want to try this because it looked cool as hell. Oh, I just bounced off of it. Alright, I don't know how that works then. Whoosh! Boom! Hell yeah! Okay, so you can't do it to the hull, but you can do it to the parts. Of course, it drains the hell out of your shield, so I have, like, no life right now. I bet you could make quick work of the... Oh, I'm going way too fast. Quick work of the final boss, though. Thank you for the clip, Green Herring. This thing is speedy. It's got a little bit of zip to it. It's a little zippy guy. This game is kind of too goddamn cool for its own good sometimes, you know? Like, for being as straightforward of a game as it is, and just sort of being about see guy, shoot guy, there's a lot of extra detail work here that makes it for a much more interesting experience. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, the reason I don't have a complete works 32x multiplayer master list is that I compiled the N64 one live on stream. We tested all the games on stream. So yeah, this ship gets to refuel between missions. Watch the red and blue bars. I get score for what's left over, and then they get replenished. I don't know. We'll have to start over and test it. I didn't think about that until someone in chat brought it up earlier. Sales, I think. It's kind of a different feel. Like, it's the same game, but it kind of feels a little different with the different mechanics and, like, the different speed control, and I don't know. It's pretty neat. Hell yeah. Good stuff, Flygun. Also, congrats on affiliate, Flygun. Good stuff. Yeah, I would definitely, like, I don't want to do it right now, but if I play this game again, I'd want to play as Feather 1 to see how different it feels. It's different enough that, like, my next playthrough of this game, I'm going to want to play as this ship. It's not, like, so different that I want to jump right back in and do it, but there's an incentive. There's definitely enough here to make me want to do it eventually. Not being able to shoot these torpedoes out is brutal, though. That's tough. Look at the little icon of the ship down there, too. Below the speed bar on the left. Just a little wireframe ship. Oh, like every hit giving you a little bit of points. Yeah, I could see that. It does give you a shitload of points for targets, though. It's also nice. It's satisfying, but I'm not very good at using it. Okay, cool. Let's test the sound effects real quick, and then we'll be good to go. We'll be all done with this game. Do I think McCall would like this game? I think he would. Yeah, might be a little too like flat for him. I think he would. Sound effect on. Yeah, this game has some blinkies in it for sure. You know what this game is like really missing? Honestly, it probably wouldn't have done well, but like an arcade port. Like, it sucks that the 32X doesn't have a home port of Wing War, but had this released in arcades, I think it would have done okay, maybe. I'm hopeful that one day we do get a prototype of Wing War. God, that's so sick. That's so fucking cool, man. Beefy Vulcan sound effects for the gun. God, that's satisfying too. What about the super shield? That looks really dumb in first person. Doesn't make a cool sound though. So yeah, this is still annoying. Still annoying engine sounds. We'll test it on real hardware and see if it sounds as bad there. That's for another day, another time. Good game. Good game. I think we're 3 for 3 so far on good 32X games. I don't think we've played anything disappointing yet. We will. Don't get me wrong. We will. But I think we're 3 for 3 so far on quality experiences here. No, you have not missed Tempo. I am not going to do Tempo anytime soon. Tempo sucks to 100%. Okay. It probably won't be as bad with my door open, but I'll let you know. Alright. That's enough Shadow Squadron. It's done. It's in the books. If you want to see the 32X sheet, it's right there. There's the challenge document. I got to add that to the panels at some point, I think. 3 down, 37 to go on the 32X. But I'm satisfied for now. I don't need to play more 32X games at the moment. Those are the 2 I wanted to beat this month. We did it. I am pleased. So, we got a little bit of time left. I don't really know what to do with it. If anyone has any good ideas. Green Herring, thank you for the 100 bits.
Sega 64X.
I would buy one of those right now. Say when. Hunt some Chivos. We could do a little bit of Chief hunting. We could look for a Chief. We could look for a Chief. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let's run a raffle. Exclamation point join. 60-second window. If you win, you can pick a game and I'll try and get some achievements in it. Just moving some data around right now. Give me a moment. Can play some more Animal Crossing music while we wait. $30 seconds left, probably a little less. 15 now. Exclamation point join to join the raffle. X-Keeper! Congratulations, X-Keeper. What'll it be? What'll it be? Feel free to just throw any game out, and I'll tell you if it's supported or not. I have not. Mario 3? I have not. Let's get a look at that achievement list real quick. Super Mario Brothers 3... weirdly does not have a subset. It doesn't have bonus achievements. That's kind of surprising. For those of you that aren't familiar, some games on Retro Achievements have what's called a bonus set. And they're basically achievements for fucking crazy people. They're all like super fucking hard and like way, way, way outside of the boundaries of a normal playthrough. I have played Guru Logic Champ. That's a good game. So for example, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, right? The normal achievement set, it's TKOs for every character and KOs for every character. There's an achievement for using the health code. There's a split decision achievement. And there's an achievement for knocking your opponent down after they get up from a 1 count, right? Pretty straightforward. A couple weird things in there. The bonus achievement set has knock out Glass Joe with 1 punch at 42 seconds. Knock down Glass Joe 4 times while letting him win without taking damage. Beat Von Kaiser via win by decision without taking damage. Beat King Hippo damageless without ducking, dodging, or blocking. Shit like this. Cause the glitch where Mr. Sandman shrinks in height and let him win. Complete all 14 fights without being knocked down once. So yeah, just like crazy, crazy shit. I think Mario 64 used to be split. Oh, Mario 64 has 3... Yeah, so it has 132 achievements. It has 48 bonus achievements. 137 Lazy Lakitu, which is what, like, no camera adjustment mode? And 62 speedrun showcase achievements. So all total, over 300 achievements for that game. But we're gonna play some Mario 3. That's enough. That's enough ramble. But I am surprised to see that it does not have a bonus set. That's kind of surprising to me. Let me get my achievement emulator up. The first achievement on the list is The Wizard. Score 81,520 points or more in less than 10 minutes from starting a new game. That's cute. That's cute. All right. I'll say probably like we'll do 15 minutes. For these raffles, normally I would say like 3 achievements and then we'll do a poll. I think the way I've got it working in my head is whoever wins the raffle picks a game. We'll do 3 achievements. We'll do a poll if people want to do more for the same game or run another raffle. If, for example, you win a raffle, you say Mario 3, I do 3 achievements. Another raffle happens, you win again, you say Mario 3, we'll do the next 3 achievements. So it'll get longer for some games. Some games are going to be over like super blip mode. But tonight, I think we'll just do like 15 minutes apiece for raffles. I think that'll be a fair setup. Okay, this should be the one. Could you be the one? Boop, 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 doop, boop. I think I used to have the full set of Mario 64 achievements, but they were not that many achievements when I did it. We got a leaf. the movie The Wizard with Fred Savage. That's always the danger with retro achievements as a website, I find. Like, the games that I think I know back to front, I don't. Because I've never come close to getting all the Mario achievements for a game, really. Aside from the old Mario 64 set. Contra, Mega Man. They're all, like, super cracked out, crazy achievements. Something like Kabuki Quantum Fighter? Very straightforward. I can do that. No problem. Bong. Ah, mustache toad. I'm sure they're going to give me an achievement for getting the warp whistle. I don't intend on using it, but I'm sure they're going to give me an achievement for getting it, right? Oh, shit. Come back. Come back, Koopa Troopa. Nope, they're dead. You. You. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. What would be the fastest way to score points in this game? It's just to speedrun it, right? Get the stage clear points? I can't really think of a faster way you'd want to score points in this game. Okay, so the achievement was for going behind the white block and not for collecting the flute. The warp whistle. Dun 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 dun. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he finds the warp whistle and they're like, oh my god, he's got all the points! I haven't seen that movie in so long. Ah. A coin one-up. That's an achievement. On the plus side, though, that means that, like, a game that you've played... If you've played Contra or Mega Man X or something a gajillion times, right? Like, and you want to go for all the achievements, you're gonna have a lot of reason to play that game. You're gonna get a lot more mileage out of it. Infinite? Yeah, it might be. Do you still get points after you start earning 1-ups? That's the question. I don't know. I've never played Mario for score. Except for in, Mario Advance 2. Yeah, just cycle it. Fuck it. Let's get 2 of them. Wait. Oh, there we go. Am I gonna get an achievement for using a star item? No, I am not. Oh god. Yeah. Xenogears achievements, that's another level I don't think I'm prepared for. At least not completing the list. I don't even understand how to play the fucking game regularly. What's up, Running Wild? I'd be down for Final Fantasy achievements, but if it's like... if it's stuff that's about, like, intimately understanding the game's mechanics and, like... my knowledge of, like, deep Final Fantasy mechanics ends with Vanish Exdoom. I don't really know a lot of the, like, glitchy, crazy stuff that I feel like would end up in an achievement list. But I'd be down to do it. I love playing Final Fantasy. Yeah, it does have achievements. Yep. Technically, I think all the games do now, on Steam at least. What's really fucking weird is Final Fantasy VIII, the PC version, like the old one on Steam, has an achievement list. And then they made Final Fantasy VIII Remastered, and it has a different achievement list. Did I do it? I think I did it. Oh, I think we got that wizard achievement. That wasn't too bad. That was pretty easy, actually. Yeah, that was easy. Frog suit, Tanuki suit, hammer suit, shoe. Get to the warp zone. Use an anchor. Match 3 star cards. I should have gotten that. Memory minigame, sliding puzzle minigame. Fill a whole page of inventory. Use a hammer. Oh, interesting. Not only is it use a hammer, it's like specific hammer uses. So there's an achievement for using 2 hammers in World 3. There's an achievement for using 2 hammers in World 6. So it's kind of done on like a rock-by-rock basis. Except for the worlds that have multiple rocks, and that's like, destroy them both. Whoop! Sony had talked about, and I think they implemented it very briefly, but it was like, if you got platinums, you could redeem them for things. But it didn't last very long, if it happened at all. Most of the games that I finished on PlayStation didn't have platinums because they did not issue platinums for like digital games unless they cost like 20. It was a weird thing in the PS3 ecosystem where you like, I don't know if they enforced it or what, but like digital games didn't have platinums. They would have like bronze, silvers, golds. And then like some of them did, but I think they all like retailed for $20 or more. Very strange. I don't really know what led to that decision, but... So the games that I finished were mostly downloadable games, and I just didn't have platinums to show for it. Alright. But we got a good amount of achievements for 15 minutes. We got, what, 9 achievements? That's pretty good. Still a lot more to go. stuff that I don't even know how to do. But pretty sensible achievements in this base set, honestly. There is an achievement for getting 10 1-ups from the Goomba chamber in World 1-2. Kind of cool. This is a reasonable set. Honestly, the hard part, the real knowledge check here, there's achievements for making the white mushroom spawn in every world. That's the knowledge check. I forgot those were a thing. But everything else is really straightforward. It's a good set. That's a good set for Mario 3. Alright, chat. Let's do another raffle. Thank you, X-Keeper. The White Toad House. Not the coin chip. Coin chip is different. I forgot they were a thing too. $30 seconds to join. If you win, you get to pick a game, and I'll do a little 15-minute retro achievement. Jom. Loin. Fresh Curse. Congratulations, Fresh Curse. What would you like me to play? What would you like me to achievement hunt for 15 minutes? Approximately. Probably closer to like 12. Nope. There are no DOS achievements. Most consoles, you can ask. You can ask and I'll tell you if it's supported or not, but DOS is not supported. Jurassic Park for the Genesis. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Hilariously. Man, Twitch was, I was just kind of killing time on Twitch today because I didn't want to work. And they recommended this Japanese streamer to me, and I was like, sure, I don't know what they're playing, I'll check it out. And they were playing this game I've never heard of before called Dream Club, which is like a PS3, Xbox 360 era hostess girl dating sim thing with like mini games. And I tuned in, and this guy is, I guess this PS3 version, I think it was Dream Club Zero or something like that. It had a higher rating in Japan on like the Sero board because one of the mini games was erotic eating. And so the mini game is that you have this banana that you're trying to feed this girl who's just got her mouth open, and you have to get the banana into her mouth. And I was there and I was just like, what the fuck is this? And everything was in Japanese, so I had to like do research to like figure out what game I was looking at. It was good. I don't have any experience in this game. I didn't really fuck with the Genesis Jurassic Park, so I don't know. I think I'm just gonna try and play the game normally and see what pops up, basically. Oh, I have to map my controls. It's like, I'm not doing this. Whatever it thinks I'm doing, I am not doing it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Xkeeper. Helpful link for anyone in chat that wants to see what kind of achievements one would need to get in this video game. I can get on board with that, Dan. I had a lot of fun playing that game, but it is a marathon. The Rex has demolished your car. The electric fences are down, and all the dinosaurs are loose on the island. Make your way through the jungle to the power station. There's a genie's lamp hidden on the map. Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah, it's green and it's upside down in the top part of the map. Yeah. Oops. It's a trike. Meh. You know, Blue Sky Software made a lot of interesting games, but I find them all to be, like, a little too... There's a quality to them that I find very difficult in platformers. I don't quite know how to put my finger on it, but all of their games get... all of their games kind of give me that... It has very much, like, damage, spongy, like, you're gonna take hits, there's nothing you can do about it, kind of quality to it. Ooh. I died. Oh, okay, I understand. I thought I had 3 health bars. Instead, what I have is 1 health bar and 3 lives. I see. What the fuck do they want from me? What? How did I do this last time? X-Keeper.
I thought I had no lives and 3 health bars, but instead I had no lives and no health bars.
It's certainly turning out that way, isn't it? Thank you for the 50 bits. I've watched speedruns of this game, though, and they're crazy. This is a very interesting speedrun game, in my opinion. Okay, the answer is I didn't go that way the first time. Understood. I don't remember if it was Rampage Edition or this version, but I saw it at a GDQ one year, and it was like a 3-minute run. Because the run is just about, like, just going as fast as you can to the stage exit and doing nothing else. Like, just ignoring every other element of the game. No? Okay. This way. Yeah, I definitely remember this game being a huge release for Sega. What? Can I play as the Raptor? Let's play as the Raptor. You have broken out of the raptor cage and you are free to roam the island. You have picked up the scent of Dr. Grant. As you stalk him through the jungle, beware of armored guards. So help me, someone who knows more about this game. I remember Jurassic Park Rampage Edition being kind of billed as like... Yeah, clear level 1 in 20 seconds was the achievement that just unprimed. I remember Rampage Edition being billed as like, you can play as the Raptor, but you can play as the Raptor in this game. So what was the deal? What was the deal with Jurassic Park Rampage Edition? What the fuck? He can jump so high. That's a really high jump. I need that chicken leg. You don't understand, it's for my family. Oh, come the fuck on. Life finds a way to drown a raptor, I suppose. Those chicken legs give, like, no health, too. Very, very tiny health increments. I grabbed the ledge, you fucking turkey! What the fuck? I'm just gonna try and beat this level with the... Because that's the end. Like, Dr. Grant's right there, right? That's the end of the stage. I'm gonna try and get that, and that's all I'm really going for. This game probably isn't as hard as I'm making it look, but, like, I'm playing it in a non-standard way of, like, I'm gonna try and make quick progress in this game. I have no idea how it works. I don't want to... He's playing my favorite game and I ruined it kind of situation, you know what I mean? This is borderline clown shit. If not actual clown shit. I think this is one of those games that if you had it as a kid, you probably know it super well. But if you don't, you know, because you as a kid, you'd sit down and you just keep playing and keep playing and keep playing. The only Genesis game, Neo Freeman? Like, out of all Genesis games, there's just one you haven't played? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, that's a weird one to omit out of all the Genesis games, but I won't play Lost World. No, no. That one is off the books. Yeah, okay. See? Easy. Raptors cannot swim. Alright. Well, there you go. We managed to get a few achievements in 15 minutes. Not bad for a game I don't know how to play. We got 4 achievements. Pat myself on the back on that one. Thank you, Fresh Curse. Alright, we're going to do one more raffle tonight. Last raffle of the night. Final raffle. Good luck, chat. You get to pick a game for me to retro achievement hunt for 15 minutes. That's the raffle. George. Do you want to know what we're doing tomorrow on stream, chat? Would you like to know what tomorrow's stream is? Yeah, Dreamcast is in the mix. There are Dreamcast achievements. Game tapes. Congratulations, game tapes. Ooh. Oh, there was like a shitload of ooze. I think I did some of these already, but whatever. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. UN Squadron or Sparkster, dealer's choice. I mean, I would rather play UN Squadron. So, I'm going to play UN Squadron. I was going to say, like, Sparkster, probably you can get achievements in faster. But, I'd rather play UN Squadron. Let's play UN Squadron. Ba-bow. UN Squadron. 28 achievements. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Score. Plane buying achievements. Level up achievements. Boss achievements. This is pretty cool. It's kind of straightforward. There's a couple weird ones, but it's mostly straightforward. It would require at least several partial playthroughs to master this set. I'll tell you what we're going to do on tomorrow's stream after this. I promise to reveal tomorrow's stream content. Because I think it'll be a cool stream. It's unknown, Dorky. I might say something in the manual about it, but the Japanese name for this game is Area 88, which has nothing to do with the UN. I would say probably not, because it's explicit that you're playing as a mercenary in this game. So unless the UN is hiring PMCs, PMC Air Force dudes, probably not. Thank you for the clip. Green herring. I feel so much more relaxed knowing that I can die and it doesn't matter. Although we should do a he don't match before the stream is over. We should do one. We didn't do one today. Who knows? Maybe we'll get bonus retro achievement raffles. You've defeated Missile Tank. Thank you for the second clip, Green Herring. Don't forget Dynasty Wars and Warriors of Fate. It's still really funny to me that we had a JoJo's cabinet in the arcade that I worked at and nobody ever played it because Americans didn't know what JoJo was yet. But like, fast forward 15, 20 years and people would have lost their shit seeing that cabinet probably. Maybe they're mercenaries. Maybe they're the UN Squadron, Fresh Curse. You never know. Ah. The front of my nose is very itchy tonight. Just the front. Just the little tippy tip. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, that's a pretty well-known UN Squadron meme. The Chocolate Rain map song. You are far from the only person to hear that. God, I hate Bruntal Floss so much. Oh my god. Can't stand that dude. Yeah, just taking this base out piece by piece. Very satisfying. Taking apart a train piece by piece and eating it after derailing it with your penis. No, Brental Frost isn't a cappella. He just writes really juvenile lyrics to video game themes. Look at all these achievements. We're gonna get a couple more. I'm gonna buy a plane that I almost never buy. I don't know. I don't know what all he did. I know his most popular one was like a Mega Man 2 like medley. We're gonna buy the F-20. Weird. Weird. What a weird plane. But the nice thing is that by getting the achievement for buying this first, as my first plane, I never have to buy this plane again. I can do other playthroughs and not have to worry about this weirdo, slightly improved plane. I'm not sure if I've ever purchased this plane. My friend showed me this game, and like I basically just follow the exact same route he does, except he picks Greg and I pick Shin. But like the strategy that I use for beating this game is just the way that he played this game, with no changes. Whoop. Go for the YF. I always go A10 and then buy the Ifrit. Save up for the A10, buy it for this level, and then use it until after the canyon stage. Get the Ifrit after the canyon stage. And then just use all your sub-weapons. Used to this plane. I'd like to finish the stage though before wrapping up, since it's such a short level. Wait, oh, that's actually kind of a cool detail. The Phoenix are homing rockets, but because these are stealth fighters, they don't lock onto them. I've never had the opportunity to do that before, but that's a nice little detail. That's pretty cool. Alright. We got a fair amount of achievements. How do we do in 15 minutes? What did we get? We got, 9? 9 achievements? Current site-wide ranking has been upgraded to 9,259? Is that right? No, that's not right. It hasn't updated yet. Alright, well we have a he don't match to do. Let me look at my list O game. What's tonight's he don't match? What game vexes me greatly? Let's do another run of NES Contra. Ba-doo, 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 ba-boo, ba-boo, boo. You guys know the deal. You don't need to put up the funds to make this no miss happen. I'm going to do it myself. You bet when you think I'm going to lose my first life. If you are correct, you will win all the points of the people who were incorrect. However, this match has special rules, which is that if the majority option, the option with the most points bet on it, is the correct winning option, I will continue to stream. So, let me get the bet ready. I'm sneakily good at some games and sneakily shit at others. That's kind of the... You can ask other people. I'm very hard to get a beat on in most things. I can be good in something and then do something totally boneheaded and beef it. 2 minutes to bet for Contra NES Edition. Get your bets in. Get your bets in. So tomorrow's stream, we're going to be playing Castlevania. All stream long. A full stream of Castlevania. Yeah, Castlevania 1. Nope, no Chivos. No Master of Darkness. Just Castlevania 1, all stream long. $50 seconds left to bet. It's a good game, CRT. We were playing for 15 minutes just to earn some retro achievements. Has my ranking been updated? 9,101. I'm gonna break the top 9,000 soon. 35 seconds left to bet for Contra. Contra. I'm pretty good at UN Squadron. I'm not, like, amazing, but I can beat it very consistently on medium. Hard and gamer difficulties are another story. Those are... I could probably do hard if I focused super tight. Gamer, I don't think I've ever beaten it on gamer mode. Last call for bets, 7 seconds. 5, 4, 3, bets. Alright, stage 5, the snowfield, with 46% of the points, is the magic number. Here we go. What's gonna happen? Who will win Contra? Spreadless. No. This is a no-death attempt. What do you mean, spreadless? Why would I deny myself the pleasure of using the most powerful weapon in the world? I'm not a Puritan. Alright, 1 is not the answer. I think I could probably beat this game without the spread shot, but yeah, I wouldn't want to. No! I just made someone very rich. I accidentally pushed up, and then a bullet hit me. Cool. Well, 2 people bet 40 points combined on option number 2. They're going to be winning 357.88 to 1 on their points. Congratulations to the 2 bettors. Annihilation and Netscape Navigator splitting 14.3k DJ points. Well done. Congratulations. Chibi UFO wants a horoscope, and then we're going to get on out of here. Yeah, and the first time, not just the first time chat, this is the best part. The first time chat with the 3-month sub badge. What a flex, Netscape Navigator. Waiting for that righteous channel point redemption victory. You got the bakery, Chibi. Make sure to eat some crispy, flaky, delicious baked goods. I'm gonna do these last 3 horoscopes. No more. I'm trying to end the stream. Please do your redeems sooner next time. I'll get these last ones done, but I gotta go. Electro, your horoscope is the dormitory. The dormitory. You are going to be dealing with some noisy neighbor sex and having a hard time looking them in the eye when they leave to go down to the cafeteria to get beef stroganoff. Why are these... Okay, I know what the problem is. That's really weird. Samhain, your horoscope is the Dairy Barn. Time to load up on delicious milks and cheeses today. Get those big dairy products in your body. Work your body. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. We beat Shadow Squadron. We're now 7.5% through the 32X library. Very good, very good. We did some retro achievements. Always fun. So yeah, tomorrow I will be back, and we're only streaming Castlevania 1 tomorrow. It's the only game we're playing unless people redeem no misses. Thanks for watching. I hope you guys like the new emotes. Took me a lot to get them and use them. If you don't like them, don't feel like you have to use them on my account. But I do hope that you do like them. And I look forward to having lots more fun with all of you in the future. We gotta find someone to raid. Who we raiding? Who gets the raid? Got too many tabs open. Too many tabs. And don't forget, if you want to try and work out the solution to that that their puzzle box puzzle that popped up, there is a channel in the Discord called Puzzle Box Brainlords, and there will be some discussion and proposed solutions going on in there. All right, we are going to raid Rig. Rig is playing Spellcraft. Rig plays Spellcraft once a year. I think it's one of his favorite games, or maybe it's just for the wizard meme. I don't know. Mainly, I need to go to the bathroom, and I don't want to think about this decision any longer. And Rig is a great streamer. So please enjoy some Rig, and I'll see you next time. I'll see you tomorrow, chat. Prepare your wall meat for tomorrow. Castlevania 1 day approaches. Until then, here are your lizards. Have a good night. Love you. Bye-bye.